I was going to do some more oddball stuff today, at least to start off with. We did reach level 48 though, a little bit further than I thought I'd be getting over the weekend. Not bad. My little Barmera Prot Warrior is only 21. Barely did anything with her. She's still in Red Ridge fighting around, but we did get a couple more folks in the guild. We got 25 guild members now. A few of them are alts, but that's aight. Don't mind alts much. We're getting there. We're almost caught up to Santa. Almost. Come along, pet. Corrupting the community one by one. Yeah, I also got some of the folks from the retail guild in as well. They were looking forward to playing Wrath, and my wife and I were like, hey, we've already got a guild you can join. You don't even have to lead it. And they're like, sold, because they didn't really like leading anyway. So they joined, and a couple folks are coming along with them. When Wrath comes out officially, there's going to be probably 2 more that'll join up. Anchors, hello, welcome. How's it going? Ove as well, hope you're doing well. Where to first? I got just a bunch of kind of shit to do. I got to get some like rubbings for some random dude in Ironforge, and then head over to some island and like shoot a flare, and they pick it up via helicopter or something. Not fully certain. And then we got just a general cooking quest that requires me to get a bunch of Kalimdor ingredients. Iron fur liver, Grodok liver, and apparently rock gizzards. Sounds intriguing, but not too much of a pain. And then I got apparently some garbage to turn into Darnassus somehow. Yeah, fishing though is also a thing. I'm not really sure where those fish are. They're not tracking here, so we'll have to see about that. Nat Pagel's got some stuff for me going on. Oh, I don't have it tracked. That might be why. 54 priest. Fucking hell, 43 stamina. I'm unkillable now. That would be why, I think. Maybe. Ah, there we are. Some of it. It's tracking. So I guess I shower first, I suppose. Doing well, bit sleepy, had a rough night. Yeah, I've been sleeping not so great lately. I always have my pillow a bit too stiff, I think. This isn't the flight. So my neck's always sore in the morning. It leads to headaches. Ugh.
Time is money, friend.
The weather cooled off though, so I'm happy about that. Man, that was warm on Thursday. That was so uncomfortable and humid and bleh. That whole week was poop. Cooled down over the weekend slowly though. I guess I shower first. Yeah, I was gonna take a quick shower while the stream runs, you know. Some of these flight points are long enough you could actually get away with that. I'm looking forward to achievements in Wrath. I gotta see about eventually getting into Orgrimmar, probably through the West Gate. Do some fishing there. They got a rare fish that I want to have in my bank when achievements come out, so I've already got it. I don't have the Ironforge one, but that one I can fish up at any time. That's whatever. I don't know why I like achievement farming in this so much, whereas normally achievements are like, they're kind of like an interesting curiosity. I gotta really like the game to enjoy achievements. And Warcraft is just like, oh, fuck, give them all to me. That I want sour cream with my chiefs. Yeah, actually, that sounds alright. How you doing, Rogue? How's the Fallout ink going? Are you winning? Still got to play that that Horizon mod. Give it a shot and check it out. Maybe that's the next Patreon voted game after Fallout 2 is finally finished up. Which, since I got the Fallout 2 and also Prey going on at the same time, I was gonna finish up Fallout 2 like a month or two ago, but since we're doing 2 Patreon games and just kind of killing time this year for the most part, I thought, yeah, I'll explore some of the more oddball side stuff in Fallout 2. But now it's like, I think next time I record it might be the ending of it. There's not really a whole lot else to do. I just got like a couple more loose ends to tie up, and then away we go. Was looking forward to doing some more Hebologist stuff, but I think I sequence broke Hebologists. I'm not really sure. The way all of that is presented is really confusing. I think I'm definitely at the part of the game where they rush through it during development, because things don't really tie together very well. And there's a lot of ways that you can break stuff or circumvent it and skip things, and it's very confusing. XCOM in the future. At some point I want to take a look at the Great War of the Worlds, maybe the same folks who did the UN XCOM mod pack. I want to take a look at that. There's a couple different ones of those. I might at some point take a look at the Warhammer 40k. I don't really have a time for those though. It's sort of just whenever I get the feeling of playing those types of games again. XCOM Files really took it out of me. That was monumental effort, that. Very stressing. Anton! Ding ding. Ding ding. Anton. 26 months. Thank you very much. Welcome. How you doing? How you been? How's your rogue doing? You getting there? Holy shit, 29. Man, you really pounded it out this weekend, didn't you? A lot of folks kind of hit like the level 30-ish area and then made an alt. Completely understandably. It's probably the slower part of leveling. There's like 30, like mid-30s up to mid-40s or so. Because there's not really a whole lot of great zones for questing, and a lot of the dungeons are the more obscure ones that folks don't really run for whatever reason. You'd think they'd be running them all the time because that level range sucks to do. Fucking hell, some of this music. But I kind of assumed people would be making alts, and that's why I wasn't really too bothered about people all making Draenei Shaman. That's because eventually there's going to be too many shamans and folks will be like, I want to play as a healer because we don't have healers, and etc, etc. Alright, level 52. Man. Look at you feeling fancy. Ah, you totally got me with that. I'm dead. Ah, JK. A wetlands for you at level 30? Bit high for wetlands. I mean, it works. Green quests still work pretty well. You are a little bit high for that, though. You'd be looking more around Hillsbrad Foothills in South Shore for level 30. I'll find my way through. Episode 82 of XCOM Files. My hatred for the cave missions was apparent. It gets so much worse. I fucking hated Files toward the end. So just sick of all of it. God. Every time I think about it, I can think of a new annoying aspect to it that I don't want to spoil. God, it's bad. Aurora. Oh. Come on, pet. Get happy. I discovered that the pet feed thing drops off after it enters combat. Oh yeah, I got a trinket. I made myself a Black Pearl Panther. Increase the stealth slightly, which is a bit whatever. But a 5-minute cooldown use. 90 attack power for 15 seconds. It's a lot of attack power. And it spawns it just faded away, but a really cute little Black Panther. Very small, very cute. Morning, frickin'. Moron. How you doing? And then I guess up here. I also started leveling the ghost cat that I got in Northern Ashenvale, but leveling pets, as I've said, is quite annoying, so I wait for instance runs and I just let the pet leech experience there. Because it's too weak to handle any of the things that are my level, but I'm also too weak to easily handle things my level. I need a pet for it, because my gear is still pretty fucking bad. My gear hasn't improved very much. I got the trinket. Maybe a couple of these rings are no. Another thing I made. It's just kinda the trip runner dungarees I got last night. Ran somebody through Nomuragon. A fucking quest reward from Nomuragon was an upgrade. Level 48 for fuck's sake. And Rogue made me those gauntlets. Still got the Nightscape headband. Talvash's enhancing necklace from Oldamon? One of those. Oldamon, I think. Ulduar's a raid in Lich King, I think. Oh yeah, it says right there, Oldamon. It says trash. That's only partly true. It's actually a quest that starts from a trash drop. I think that was a quest reward. Quest reward. Oldamon again. It's just crap that I've got. A bunch of crap. But like there really isn't a whole lot in the way of hunter loot in these instances. It's a shame. Oh jeez. How do you like that? Did you like it? I liked it. Save up my mana so I can heal my pet later. Okay. I think we're set. Maraudon with decent hunter loot. Maraudon's got a bunch of stuff. Some of it's okay for hunters, yeah. Meh. Male legs, that's quite nice. A lot of agility, bit of hit rating, that'd be cool. That's a rare that's got a headpiece. The back's okay. Yeah, alright. Yeah, Maraudon's got a little bit more than I thought. I gotta run Maraudon. Man, fucking Maraudon. Okay. So that's a thing. But like ZF, like kinda sorta, but mostly like casty shit. Oldamon, kinda sorta, but like strength mail instead, and then everything lower is leather. And not really great stats. It's like it's this 15 level block where I haven't been able to really get a whole lot. Why is Goozer the Jolly Green Giant? Jolly Blue Giant, my man. Calibrate your monitor. Or was I poisoned, maybe? I might have been poisoned, or whatever's going on with my wolf. Don't you do it. Correct answer. Well done. That site though, I'll eventually well, come Burning Crusade, things will open up a bunch. Then I can pester Rogue to make me a bunch of mail armor. I don't know what his leatherworking's up to, but I think he's fairly okay for Burning Crusade stuff. I know I've been working jewel crafting quite hard lately. My money's not as high as it used to be. I had, for a while, I think I had 150 gold last stream. Over the weekend I had 230, and now I'm down to 130. But 277 jewel crafting, I think I have to get that up to the full 300 for Burning Crusade stuff. I don't think there's any, like, spillover. Gonna take a while to buy that 32,000 gold bag then? Yeah, the fucking Harris Pilton something something, was it? All these just massive, useless gold sinks. Well, I guess it's not useless. It is, like, a properly decent bag, I guess. Gonna take a while to afford epic mounts at 60. That's true. Economy confused you a bit. One day you're scrapping around for silver. The next, you had 40 gold. Yeah, it's all over the place sometimes. There was a run on Moss Age 80. I think somebody power leveled their jewel crafting yesterday evening. Because there's a shortage of a lot of gems, and Moss Age 8 was going for 20 gold. Star Rubies were going for 32 gold. I don't think they're selling at that level, but just everything completely cleared out. He totally got me. JK. How you doing, Dawnborn? All good on your end, I hope. You bastard. It's only strength stamina though. That's fine. I don't use strength. Although I have 25 strength now. I'm weak. I can barely stand. Further down. God, I saw his level 48 and panicked a little bit. I forgot I'm also level 48. Mentally, I'm like level 36 or something. Oh yeah, and yeah, I got a wolf now. I sort of changed pet again. This was just a wolf from Farallaz, I think. It had a cooler bite. There are also some bears that had a cooler claw, but I wanted to keep the wolf because it's technically got a howl ability that increases attack power, but it costs 60 focus. So I stopped using that. The wolf, all it has is just bite. It can't learn claw or anything else, so that's a bit meh. It's not a great pet, but I do like that it's got dash. Dash is quite nice. And that's why I've been training up my cat that I got from Northern Ashenville, because A, it's a cool skin that you don't see too often. So I feel a bit unique and special having it. And it can also learn, I think, Bite and Claw. It can also learn Prowl if I end up teaching it Prowl, but I don't know if I do. I like that it's kind of always stealthy. Always stealthy looking. Molten Core Hound. Would be 62, but I would need the exotic pet taming, which isn't available yet. Always liked about Ragnarok Online was that you can kill an enemy no matter the level if you have the stats to hit them. Magic can't miss though. Well, I mean, to some degree, yeah, this game's like that too. Like the higher the level, the harder chance you've got to hit them. They got a lot more parry, but you can get a bunch of hit chance and expertise to counter that if you got the gear for it. Higher levels than you, I think 3 levels over you, they've got a good chance to do a crushing blow, which is basically a crit that just, I forget the exact science behind it, but it's basically a really heavy crit that you can't do anything to avoid. Maybe it's 4 levels higher. I forget. It's very unlikely you can kill something that's like deep red in level, and if it's a skull level and not just an instance boss, then you're probably fucked against that, even with like really good best in slot gear. And there's that. And then we bring this down to some island, I think. Yeah. Way down there, we bring this. Oh boy. Let me shoot a flare. And I think that's it. And I don't think there's really much of a reason to do this quest for me. It's mostly just, it was a quest in Ironforge that's at my level, so I grabbed it, being like, yeah, maybe that's a fun thing to distract myself for a bit, as a bit of a time kill. And the rep wouldn't be a terrible thing either. We're close with Stormwind to get exalted. When I'm exalted, then I can get a skinnier horse from Stormwind folks. Got that as my experience bar up there now, so I can keep a loose eye on it. But Ironforge rep wouldn't go amiss either. They get rams. Rams are okay, I suppose. Anyone in the guild out-leveled me? Yeah, a couple people. I'm keeping up okay. Zirkrum's usually a bit up there. Rogue's been taking it pretty slow recently, but he was for a while above me. Santa's technically above everybody, but they boosted because when they bought this, they apparently had just a free boost somehow. So they used it. Because why not? Yeah, Dawnborn, you haven't really done a whole lot lately, but that's okay. You said you were doing, like, retail stuff, so it's fine. We got Natalie from retail coming up as a prop paladin. He's in his lower to mid-30s. Not fully sure how to get over to where I'm after. I was hoping the road would lead me around, but I don't think this is. Maybe if I push through the ruins, I can get onto the shore and follow it around. There's got to be a different way, though, right? I'd also see about off-roading a little bit. Maybe I can work my way up the mountain. Use my eagle eye and get a better sight. Oh. Fat horse, plus. What we got up here? Just super steep mountain. Okay. So I don't think we off-road that, and this is looking not quite so promising. Natalie was about 10 levels behind you late last week. Yeah, once you play the game enough, you can get pretty fucking quick at leveling. You sit me down for like 8 to 10 hours one day, I can get a fresh character up into 20 probably. It's the Horde town. I would like to think the Horde have like a back door. I guess we just gotta hit the beach through the Naga. If only I could buy a map. This path looks okay, actually. I think this is where I came from. Also been playing a bunch more of Prey recently. I got like 8 hours of Prey to edit. Really enjoying that. I'm not so huge on all of the microgravity jetpacking around stuff. I feel like that's starting to, because I got into the guts. And I feel like the jetpacking is getting a little bit overstaying its welcome. I don't mind it too much yet, but it's definitely getting there. And also fighting with it is a bit obnoxious when you're fighting things that can lock out your electronics. I find that to be very distressing. I got little flying bombs coming at me from everywhere. I got some dude stun locking me in there. Ah. Well, the thing with the belt and the guts is I hadn't really fully explored it, so I didn't really want to hop on that. I figured I could, because it's whizzing around and it just kind of seems a bit obvious. And I'm glad I haven't. Bumping into one of those techno dudes in a weavers at the same time. That doesn't feel good. Whizzing into that at high speed through one of the belts would be very ow. Our fight with the Weaver in there was like a bull and Matador with you as the bull. Yeah. Yeah, I discovered though the Q-beam. Really fucking good on the Weaver. Like so good. So now that's just a Weaver Molten gun that I've got. Don't really use it for much else. Hated cystoids so much until you found the one weird trick that makes cystoids hate you. You mean their movement sensing? They fucking, man, they fucking despise those little foam bolt things. If you plunk it at them, oof, they don't like that at all. It pisses them right off. But I think I got a system set up for every enemy that I have fought, sans the fights with a poltergeist as like assistance is difficult to manage depending on the environment. The fiery phantoms I struggle a little bit with because they're just generally resistant, and if you get hit by their fire column thing, that just rips you apart. That really hurts. Out of the way, bird! Oh, it's quick. Get away! This area is dangerous. What the hell? Go through a bunch of elites and then a bunch of Naga that are level 50 plus. Like, what? You got me. No, you got me. You got me, I said. Wolf, run! Ah! Looking forward to seeing what Typhon powers I pick. Your first run didn't grab any, but they're really fun. I'm not too worried about the turrets. Like, I feel like the turrets in Prey are just really bad. Unless you can fortify them. And then maybe they're kind of usable, but as it stands, you like just kind of... You cough near them and they tip over. And that's that. Or you get one little splotch of glue cannon on it and it's done. It's just... There's so many ways to get around it, you know? Would you fuck off already? God damn it. Oh, rich thorium. Boy, do I wish I could get you. I'm 10 mining skill away from it, though. Enjoying Prey, though, a lot. They've got some really nice design and systems in it that all work together and blend together very well. And the world that it's slowly building, it'll be interesting looking back and seeing these familiar names pop up again. Like, I think it's a game that I might do a New Game Plus on, probably in my own time. But I could see myself doing that just because there is that amount of detail and world building into characters. And the first time through, you're not really paying that much attention to who's who because there's so many names. But then once you play through and you know which names are like kind of important, then it's a bit different. Oosh. And it looks like swimming there wouldn't have been so great either. Don't swim nearly as quickly as you do on land. So like underwater, you can't really get away from anything. Here's a Chivo to find every person on the terminal list. Never bothered? I might do that. I kind of like that. This one too. Ha 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 ha. There you are. Fuck. What took you so long? Ratty ass gnomish engineering? God damn.
What can I do for you?
Toss the flare gun probably won't be any good to you anymore. Already got a new one. Take these two. Timur Kozlov? That's an ex-cop name I haven't seen in a while. Yeah, some plate boots and some poop offhand. Ugh. Ew. Gross. Alright. Hey, take me with. I'll hang out on a wing. It's fine. Okay. Well, so that's that. Then, yeah. Don't think I can make my way into Winter Spring. Winter Spring's a little bit high level. Achievements for finishing with no Nero mods, only human and only Typhon. You can cheese it and finish the no Nero mod run, save near the end, and then go and just grab one of each power to get the other two. Yeah, of course. If you get through the entire game without Nero mods, though, that'd be... Whew, that'd be a chore. I don't know if it'd be difficult, but it'd be a chore, certainly. It's the easiest way back, damn it. Yo, you're really not gonna, like, bring me back to land or anything?
Aye.
What a piece. What a guy. My hearth is back in wetland still. Because then it's convenient to getting over to Kalimdor and getting up to Exodar for training. Do gotta go up to Darnassus, I suppose. Somehow. Then I can boat to Wetlands. Fly down to Stranglethorn Vale, hop over to Ratchet. Or no, Wetlands, the boat over to Theramore. I'll just do that now, I guess. I think Darnassus has to wait. I'm pretty sure it's just going to be, like, deliver something to a dude in Darnassus, and he tells me to go to whatever level 50 zone or whatever is meant for me next, and that's, like, the entryway into that zone. They often have quests that bring you into these areas. Hey, look, money. Nom 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 nom. Did I need a portal? I might borrow you for that in a bit, yeah. I'm gonna do the cooking and... not the fishing. Yeah, maybe the fishing, actually. It might work out. My wife got a run through ZF yesterday, and a level 70 mage is running her through, so she also was able to get to Shatrath afterwards. God damn it. So I think she set up her Hearthstone there. Tried doing the no Neuromod run once, but got too bored. Was on the lowest difficulty. You just ran past every non-required enemy. Yeah, I guess that's a thing too. I'm only playing it on normal. You could put it on easy as well. I kind of forgot about that. Don't have Darnassus because it's level 60 portal? Oh, alright. Well, never mind then. Then what good are ya? How you doing, by the way, Cheese Radar Deluxe? Hope all's going okay for you. What about the Exodar portal? Is that also level 60? Actually, what portals aren't level 60? Like the self-teleport, I think you can do at 30? I think opening a teleport, though, or a portal for people, that's... I think 60 for everything. Nah, I'm really liking Prey, though. Like, I've said it a few times, but, like, it's just your standard FPS, but it's just an FPS that's done well. The enemy type that you're fighting, it incorporates itself into the world in such a way to induce feelings that the game just takes advantage of. And it just all spirals together. Gadgets and... yeah.
What can I do for you?
Been a great time thus far. Moon Crash on Epic since it was free there. No. Actually, I think I might still be. Right? Should probably do that. Because I have Prey on Steam, but I could probably, if it's free on Epic, just grab it on Epic as well. That comes with Moon Crash, though? I also got a key for that Evil Dead game that came out. I put the key in and all that, but it's not... Okay, yeah, no, now it's there. Evil Dead the game. It's got this weird, like, jump scare thing when you open chests sometimes that increase some sanity meter that when it fills up, you go, like, mind-controlled or something. Fucking weird sounding, but it's kind of the co-op game that Useless and I have been looking for a long time. Not 100%, but like 80% of the way there. So it looked. But I grabbed that as well. I got a key for that. I don't know if that's a stream thing or just like a quick let's play thing. I might play it with useless and record it and maybe do like an edited type thing with it. Like what we did with Dark Souls 2. Free games. Borderlands 3 is free. Evil Dad. Yeah. That's the one. I might have missed it already. It looks like they've changed the free game over to Borderlands 3. Yeah, well, I didn't realize Mooncrash was on sale. I thought it was just the base game, but I was like, yeah, I already got that. Okay. Well, hey, the next free game is in 2 days, 6 hours, 18 minutes. So, 2 days at noon, I guess. Thursday at noon. Thursday, which here at least, is Father's Day. Don't forget that. Or do. I don't know, I'm not your dad. Oh, it's sandstorm weather here. Interesting. Don't recall that being a thing. So rock gizzards, I think up on the hill is probably where we want to go for that. And man, since I fixed up Questy to like not track stuff that's only in my level, there's so many quests everywhere. It's made things a lot easier. Was doing some stuff in Hinterlands, doing some stuff in Searing Gorge. I don't know why that was set to just show things at my level. So it's been a lot nicer. 26th of May, Father's Day. It's Ascension here in the Netherlands, and the 26th also your birthday. Wow, nice. I'm pretty sure it's Father's Day this Thursday. 26th. 80% sure. If not, then we're going to my father-in-law's house for no damn good reason, and I'm going to be very upset about that. Man. So maybe it's just in Germany it's Father's Day. But hey, at the very least, I get Father's Day on people's minds so they don't forget it. And then they look it up and it's like, oh, it's not Thursday. But it's the week after, fuck! I don't know what it is for America. I never really knew. Sometime after Mother's Day. I never know if it's ever like a static date for the holiday or if it's like the third Tuesday every 11th year, only if it's a full moon, but not if it's a Saturday. You know, weird fucking imaginary holidays like that. God. Some holidays, man. We don't deserve them. Ice chap. Just in case, because I don't trust these friends on the sides. Dash rank 2. I got that. I got it. I kind of like the sandstorm because it's not so blinding anymore, but like also the contrast is super low now. It's whatever. Sometimes it's just a bit ugly. It's fine. I'm thinking about respecking pretty soon as well. just get rid of aim shot. Like, I got big mana issues right now, and aim shot is kind of cool if I get the, if I get credit for the killing blow in my next... the rapid killing, basically, affects aim shot, which is great because that means that I can crit for over 1,000 now. Which is fantastic. But, it costs a lot of mana, and I can't really use it as part of the normal rotation or anything. And that could instead be better multi-shot damage, which is something that I use a lot more. If I didn't have aim shot, I could use multi-shot and do relatively similar-ish damage with less mana. And also pull more of the instants all at once, which for hunters is, I feel like, a pretty major metric. Effective pulls per instance. How quickly can you pull the entire instance? Multi-shot. Big ups. There we go. The third gizzard, and there is no fishing to be had here. Oh yeah, there is the Oldham pedestal thing. We got those fancy discs from Oldhamon at the very end of it. I don't think any of that was on stream though. But you get these discs and learn some lore and give it to some dude in Ironforge, and he gives you some lore and you bring it down here to use on a door. They don't know what's going to happen. I think you just get some more lore. Bunch of lore. How long would you say Moon Crash is? Because I understand it's a... Now I understand it's like a separate, entirely separate DLC type thing, standalone. That's why they made many links to it. But like, is it the type of thing where you could like bang it out in 10 hours, or is it another sort of 20+ hour long thing? Because if it's short, I might just go for the quick let's play on it. But if it's a bit longer, could be something that I just stream instead. We don't have to stream Warcraft every day. I guess. Anywhere 10 to 20 hours, much shorter because of how it plays. The playable area is much smaller, but it's randomized somewhat. It was described to me as a roguelite. Or maybe it just has roguelite aspects to it because of the randomization. But speaking of randomization, I'd also maybe be interested in trying out a Prey randomizer. Which, like achievements, is something that I often don't really go for unless I really enjoy the game. And unless Prey gets super frustrating toward the end, that's on track to be getting a randomizer. Days Gone, great game. Randomizer doesn't really make sense for it because it's not that type of game. But achievement hunting, I did a little bit of. I did end up doing on Days Gone some of those weird leaderboard sounding challenge whatevers. So like you get like rings and stuff that you can have on and you equip yourself to be better in certain ways to handle different challenges. It's like its own little game mode type thing. It's okay. A lot of it really heavily relies on like, this is the one strategy that you use to do it. Everything else, you're not even gonna get a bronze medal for it. So it's like, that part of it is kind of what I expected. How you doing, Giant Mimir? Sorry, I missed you. Good morning to you. Welcome. Moon Crash starts off simple, but ramps up in complexity, and there is a final goal. Alright. Okay. Did they ever do anything with these gates? Ever? feel like they didn't. As you touch the pedestal, the miniatures from Oldemon hum and glow in your backpack. The familiar feeling tingle washes over your hands. I think I just pissed myself all over my hands. Stone Watcher of Morganon, yeah. Regulate access to the Oldham complex for the creators, and then lore. Holy shit, lore. Research facility for creators. Shit, no, this thing. God. Complete. And back to Ironforge. Okay. We can go. I'm almost ready for Ungoro. Almost. Silithus, I think, is also like... I think Silithus and Winterspring are the same, like, level-ish type thing. Pretty much 56 plus. We'll be touching into those a little bit before Burning Crusade. Which I might get to, like, 59 or 60 for Burning Crusade. I don't know if I go in straight at 58. Haven't decided yet. I guess fly over to you. It could be worth saying if we can get the Ungoro flight point while we're around here. Oh, and Rogue, I don't know if you're lurking still, but I did learn how to make a ring that gives 12 agility. I don't know what you got for rings. But 12 agility is that's like a dozen agility. It's like 24 attack power. And like 0.3% crit at this level. Not worth more. And whatever this quest is, Tuga's quest, show Tuga the way back to his wife Torda? I will not. But this quest is everywhere down here. Twelve is a dozen. Yes, yes it is. 13 being a baker's dozen, because bakers don't know how to count. That's why they have all these measuring spoons. They can't count 50 grams of flour. Morning, Valkyrie. How you doing? Guess who doesn't get an extra muffin? It's me. I'll take a dozen muffins, and you can sit on your extra muffin. It's not my fault you're making extra all the time. I said a dozen. Damn it. Oh, music was on? I didn't even notice. Need to start thinking of what I replace Fallout 2 with here pretty soon. Might do another poll. Still mildly interested in the Fallout 1.5 thing. I also don't think I would mind, like, re-going through Fallout New Vegas. I tried to stream New Vegas once upon a time, but with mods, and I fucked up the mod installation and broke everything. I was very confused with how Vortex was working and all that, but I think I got it sorted now. I don't know if I would mind Fallout 3. But I'm also not sure how Fallout 3 performs on Windows 10. Welcome to the critter, by the way. If you like jungles, you might like the critter. Yeah, it's a bit jungly, a little bit marshy. A lot of dinosaurs. Dinosaurs. Level 61 elite. God damn. Okay, level 49. Alright, okay. Cannot be tamed. That's bullshit. That's dumb. Oh, was that a runner? Cannot be tamed. Get out of here. I had that dinosaur once. It went rar 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 and clawed people up. It was great. And then I abandoned it. And have been changing pet every week. I see why everybody has the same pet though. Like, I find it very odd that they say that the Ravagers got the unique gore ability as if nothing else has gore, but boars totally do. But Ravagers still end up winning out because they have, wait for it, 3% more attack. 3. That's why every hunter in the entire goddamn game needs to have them, and if you're not getting invited. Just finished house vacuum cleaning, have a nice pizza in the oven. Describe your pizza. Is it a margarita pizza or maybe a pizza Hawaii? Maybe a Vancouver? Pizza. There's a dough that Reva started selling that my wife and I want to try out as a pizza dough. Maybe we do that this weekend. Got a reminder that that's something we wanted to do. Did we get through the storm weekend? Yeah, no storm. It didn't exist here. No problem at all whatsoever. And I'm doing okay today. A little bit of brain fog, but that'll pass. Get a coffee around noon as per usual. We'll be aight. Just doing some miscellaneous kind of random stuff in a while for the day. Well, at least for now. I don't think this will take all day. It'll probably be finishing up around noon. And then we can get back to doing some proper questing. Janoxus, hello, welcome. Passing through Ungoro. I got like the fishing stuff to do and just a bunch of random oddball quests that I'm pounding out real quick. I figured I was just turning in the discs in front of Oldham. I thought I'd get the Ungoro critter flight point while I'm here and fly over to Faralos and do cooking stuff. And also a little bit of fishing. That's the third fish. Pepperoni pizza. Simple, but good. Don't remember how to get up there. Oh my god, silver ore! Ah! and a forest hoop with a falcon. Interesting purchase. Haven't played WoW since early Kata. You interested in getting back into it? A lot of folks are looking at Wrath and being like, ooh, I want to play that again, because Wrath was pretty good. General goods, I think I need a few more bullets. Some more roasted quail for the pet. A little more Morning glory dew. Always reminds me of MGD, Miller Genuine Draft. A very watery beer. It's as bad as Budweiser, in my opinion.
Talk to me.
I think the honor will be okay, no? Yeah, that'll be fine.
What's up? Hurry back.
Strange flight for it. I have to go back to fucking Tanaris and then U-turn. Oh well. Burning Crusade was your jam? Played pretty much all content back then? Yeah, I played a lot of Classic. I got into it shortly before they revised the talent trees the first time around. Where the talent trees were just like 4 or 5 tiers. And like Hunter's Serpent Sting was final tier. I think for like marksman hunters got that as their final ability. Serpent Sting. Played through all of that. Did all the raid content. Some of Nocturamus, that was a bit rough. Burning Crusade, did a bunch of that. Not a whole lot of raid content. Wrath. Same. Most of the raid content for that. Cataclysm at some point, I think I took a break. Got back into it toward the end of Mist. Took a break again at some point. Got back into it in Shadowlands. No, not Shadowlands. Before then. With Argus and all that. Played almost all of Battle for Azeroth. And at the time, all of Shadowlands, but I stopped after like the first season, I guess. Castle Nath 3 was still the end game. They hadn't released anything else yet. Did that on normal, heroic, and also the first few bosses on mythic. It's a lot of WoW. Why do I have... Why are those shown? Huh. Not sure where that even is. Oh well. I don't mind it too much. My bars are mostly filled, so it's fine. Started in Classic, somewhat in the middle, I believe. A friend got you back into it then. Barely got into Molten Core. Burning Crusade, found a nice raid guild, and we peaked early Sunwell raid. Played a bit Wrath, but it all ended with the Warrior Resource rework with Kata for you. I remember Rage Generation for a while was completely busted. In this, how it is, most of your rage you get through attacking. Getting hit, you don't get a whole lot, which means that you can be bubbled by a priest and still actually perform. But somewhere along the line, it turned into like, if you're fighting a shielded target, you don't get rage. And them hitting you, you also don't get rage. So they had to change that a bit, to where both getting hit and dealing damage gave you rage. I think taking damage ultimately ended up giving you the most rage, and that made AoE stuff significantly easier. I don't know what they're gonna do for Wrath though for that. They got a bit of details out for Wrath, but they haven't gone into anything too specific. I think it still might be a little ways off. Pretty sure with Kata it changed so that you get no rage from taking damage at all. Might be, I don't remember. Been too long. I just remember having a funsy duel with discipline priest from the guild one day while we were waiting for some stuff, and I couldn't do anything because I couldn't get through the bubble. By the time I finally got rid of the bubble, it was off cooldown and they could rebubble. That was really cool. I need buzzard wings, I think, actually, don't I? No, rock gizzard, not buzzard wing. Buzzard wing I don't need. Okay.
Farewell.
Not gonna lie, still not over it. Understandable. At some point I played as a Fury Warrior instead of Prot, so I don't really fully remember. What am I after, the bears? Well, I don't fully remember my grievances with it. Played a Fury Warrior when everybody was like, ew, Fury is so bad. They had like the Titan grip for dual wielding that everybody had gone to if they were Fury, but I say with the 2 one-hand weapons for the crit, I just crit all the time. Man, that was fun. Really explosive damage, because the more you crit, the faster you swing, and it got to the point I had like 38% crit, so like statistically speaking, I always had the haste buff from critting. So fun. That's why I made a little gnome warrior that I'm planning on having be Fury one day. It's only level 20, 21, and currently Prot. Because it's a bit easier leveling as Prot, interestingly enough. I feel like I should kill some of the wolves too, just to maintain a balance. I'm thinking they share spawn with wolves. So folks just coming here to kill the bears for this quest. If anybody's doing this quest, it might not be. Probably doesn't matter too much. And then fishing outside of Dire Mall. Also, the fact you enjoyed playing Prot in every new class was generally better meta tank than Warrior. Yep. Then they removed Crushing Blows, so the wearing a shield had no upside anymore, really. Well, I'd say it still had plenty of use. It was more of just, Warriors became really good at just taking slow, gradual damage. It's like, depends on your healer. Like, of course there's the meta, but screw meta. I don't care about meta. It depends mostly on the healer, though. What you've got. If you got like a druid healer, Prot warriors, so good. Because your hots just keep them full so easily, because they just take slow, steady damage. Druids were always a little bit kind of wild, depending, and like no magic mitigation at all whatsoever. Making them a pain in the ass to heal. Sometimes they just take a bunch. Death Knights, similar deal. Sometimes they just take a bunch. Sometimes they self-heal a bunch if they're a decent Death Knight. It's a little bit whatever. Paladins, a bit of a mix. Protection Paladins, though, for the longest time were always like the meta, the way to go. No new abilities on these guys. That's why, like, for my guild, it's mostly I don't really care who or what you want to be. Like, just play what you want to be, and we'll figure it out. You know, it's fine. I really don't care about metas and what's best, and ugh. I never really care about that at all. Like, I happen to be a hunter, which is really good for Burning Crusade, but Beastmasters are really good, and then Survival. And Marksmen are actually the worst, which is what I am. But I wanted to be on Marksman Hunter because I thought getting involved with the pets and maintaining their training and all that stuff, like I thought it'd be a fun like little side activity to do for some streams. So I wanted to be a hunter. And for me, Marksman Hunter is the most obvious hunter. So that's what I am. Probably go for the ones up north. 49 to 50. Up from 46 or so. No, 42, 43. Ugh. Yeah, no. We'll get the livers up north. Probably a much better drop rate. But around here is the lake I need for fishing. Somehow I still kind of sort of remember on my way through the zone. Some ancient memory that I have no right still having. I think I can fish from way up here. Sometimes you can get away with it. Fishing. Aha! I don't know how long this will be. Not as sure. Not sure at all. I only need the one fish. Fish getting away. I might even need to get lures. Try again later. What is my fishing skill, actually? Yeah, 225. It is capped out. But yeah, with the fish getting away, I might need to get a lure. Feels bad. Okay. We'll get a lure. Three failed fishes in a row. That's it. Good to take the fish from the guild bank for fire and shadow oil? Yeah, do it. Yeah, God, if there's anything at all you can use in the guild bank, please take it. Although I just rip it out after a couple days and sell it. Please, God, yes. Also, be sure to check the second guild bank tab also for any gear. I've been putting some rings and necklaces in there and such. Turner, hello, welcome. Good morning to you. How you doing today? Yeah, those are the low-level ones, too. But I think I'll pop over to Feathermoon Stronghold real quick and grab some lures, and then head up to the apes, and then back down. And then back over again. Could maybe Hearth, actually, in that time. What else are we doing over here? I think that's it. Technically going back up to Darnassus, but... yeah, we gotta head up here, huh? Alright. So back up to there, then. Just run up there, then. Don't need to head back and Floy. The next tab is... 500 gold, I think it was. Sitting on about 600. Yeah, I mean, if you can throw some in, go for it. Deposit what you're comfortable with, and I'll pick up the tab when we can. Keep in mind, you're going to want to hang on to some money for the epic mount training, and maybe also bankrolling some others. Possibly. You find some nice potions that sell. Is that all like the swiftness potion money that you're making? My third and final idea is the invisible potion, but I don't think many people use invisibility on PvE servers. Level 61. What are they doing here? Just hanging out. Strange. They could be doing Burning Crusade content, but they're just not. The epic mount is 100% speed increase, up from 60% speed increase. Might not sound like a whole lot, but that's almost twice as much of an increase. And also a lot of the mobs can only really go like 70 to 80% faster than you. So with a 100% speed mount, you can pretty much just run through anything. And as long as you don't get hit and dazed, then you'll be fine. So it makes just avoiding stuff so much easier. And also a cooler looking robot chick. Yeah, they look a bit cooler, yeah. Also reminder, same system for the flight mount you can get later. Yeah. Flying mounts. Torn on it, but the world's big enough. I guess. It's fine. I'll tell you what though, I'm fucking happy to not be seeing a bunch of flying druids scooping up flowers. It's just nasty multi-box follow chain of 20 birds lagging up the server, looting all the flowers everywhere. Ugh. Hello, Zircrom. How you doing today? We have Father's Day on Thursday, Zircrom. I don't know what to get for you. You're not my dad, but I don't know. I don't know how Father's Day rules work. Do I have to be nice to all the fathers everywhere, or just my father? General supplies, maybe. Oh.
Go in peace.
Trade supplies, maybe. Yes. I'll take 5 bright baubles. Very nice.
Good luck, friend.
We'll see. And then... oh, I guess boat back over, huh? Tempted to swim back, actually. Fucking martins in the walls clawing away at everything. I've been saying we should call people about that. There are fucking raccoons living inside the barn, martins living inside the ceiling. They got mice in the walls. You can call people for these things and they take care of it. But no, we're going to pretend those people don't exist, and we're just going to put up with it as our ceiling slowly crumbles because they're clawing through everything. There's a hole and sunlight above our bed. They've gone through the ceiling over our bed. Yet here we sit. Just pretending it's not a thing. If you don't look at it, it doesn't exist, am I right? No. No, I'm not. I'm very wrong. Gorilla Fang. I don't need that. I'm not cooking that. Must be for a local quest. I would prefer it only highlight things that I have an active quest for. But sadly, there's no setting for that. Rumph. Hello. Gorilla Fang for Stranglethorn Velcros? What the f... I super don't want it then. Get it out of here. Man. Clawing and pawing around. I hear you back there. You're like right behind my monitor too. You're like extra loud even. It's like echoing off of my monitor. I'm waiting to see just this little fuzzy head pop up over my monitor. God. So where yo monkeys at? Also, do you have anything new? 48? Nope. 49. Yeah, Thunderstomp rank 2. I guess. Yeah, I just got the rank 1. There's at least 2 barns in the wall, so they just had a little bit of a fight and scream with one another and scampered off. I think they've gone over to the barn now. Very, very loud. God damn it. Love leveling new weapon skills. What a fun mechanic. Yeah, it doesn't take too long. You walked into that. How do you know it was me? Jeez. Alright, get this wolf off me. Touch the bear a little bit so I can heal ya. Give you both heals. I guess I'll hold the wolf. Just work on the gorilla. Oh, mana. It's always mana. Why is the bear on me now? Come on. Shoo you. Nice tactical level. I like that. Rabies. Gross. My wolf's got cooties. Strength, agility, health regen reduced. Still haven't figured out why your Fallout 4 install crashes after about 6 hours on the next load zone. Sounds like memory. Or a cache. You got enough RAM for your game. It's probably one of the mods doing something stupid. You know what doesn't crash after about 6 hours on the next load zone? A lot of games, but also World of Warcraft. Alright, where your liver's at? Guess you'll just have to play a lot of other games then. Yeah. Yeah. Or just restart Fallout 6 every 4 to 5 hours. Carrying my wing clip. Gorilla Fang! I mean, to be fair, 6 hours is a long time to be playing in one sitting anyway. It's probably just a mod being a little bit dirty and it just eventually builds up to the point where, you know, Fallout just can't handle loading all of the stuff anymore. Because, like, something's not quite unloading right. And, the devs just didn't test for 6 hours straight. I mean, pff, fucking amateurs, right? Six hours is totally fine. Go on, play 12. Don't invalidate my life. Don't say stuff like that. No, it's totally fine. I'm just saying. I mean, shit, you're talking to a dude who... Some days I'd wake up and I'd start up Stellaris, and I'd play Stellaris, like... 13, 14 hours, and then I realized, like, oh shit, I haven't eaten yet. Or, like, I do that with Sims 1 and Sims 2 a lot. I'm hungry, so I tell my sim to eat and order pizza or something. I'm like, yeah, that'll do. No, I'm hungry, god damn it. But you just, like, kind of ignore the hunger pang and it just, you know, goes away eventually. Hunger is only a temporary debuff after all. Oh god, there's a million up there. Never mind, I thought they were just here. Had that with Orb of Creation. Had a 13-hour marathon session without eating and was super hungry. It just hits you all at once, right? That realization of like, whoa. I haven't eaten yet. It doesn't help that I'm not really much of a breakfast person anyway, so like, playing a game right through breakfast is sort of normal. You're probably off the road a little bit, right? Yeah, a wind serpent. Oh, a rare one. I can fight you, probably. Some sniper rifle I've got. I mean, really. Oh. How did... I don't know where it is. A deer evade bugged it, though. Amazing. Oh, never mind. The fuck? God damn it. What a ploy. What a plot. Breakfast is the most overrated meal of the day, and people that love breakfast are insufferable. I'm torn on it. I think the idea, like, I think breakfast in itself fundamentally is fine, but the foods that we've called breakfast foods, I think is bullshit. But I don't know enough about dietary blah to say that it's better to eat before an activity or better to eat after an activity to recover. That I don't know. Because in America, they treat it like you eat to prepare for the day. So you have a big meal, and then your body just works through that. But in Europe, it's the opposite. It's you eat afterwards to recover. So I don't know which one works better. I'm just simply never hungry enough in the mornings. I kind of just have that general sort of nauseous feeling oftentimes when I think about food in the morning, so if I have anything, it's like a piece of toast with some jam or something. Super small, basic. I'd rather have a nice, decent lunch and then a dinner. You'd start to eat Closet Yeti around 10 or even later? I mean, sure, I'm ready whenever, but like, 10's fine, I guess. How'd I get to that part of the world? I walked. From here specifically, I went down through Desolus, which I entered through Stone Talon Mountains, which I got to through the Barrens, which I booted to Ratchet from Booty Bay. I mean, because you've been to Gadgetzin, so you can pretty much like Ungoro Crater, grab the flight point to get to there. Silithus, I think you got to go up and around 2,000 Needles to enter Faralos from the east through 1,000 Needles. And then I think we just run down into Silithus from a cave or so. I don't know if Ungoro leads to that. I don't have to think about that yet, though. Need to go to that stupid island for leatherworking quests? What, Feathermoon Stronghold over here? Yeah, so probably just like Gadgetzin up through 1,000 Needles, just direct northwest. And then just follow the road through Faralos. There's a dock here that brings you to Feathermoon Stronghold. Having done night shifts while you're kind of broken, can eat a warm meal in the midday. Night shifters sleep around noon. At least you try to. When I'm naturally a bit overnight, so I would get off work around 5 in the morning. I'd have dinner in quotes at 6 in the morning, and then usually like a little snack around noon, and then I go to bed around 1 or 2 to wake up at, if I worked 9, otherwise closer to 10 or 11 at night. And then if I didn't work, wake up at 10, 11, I would eat around still like 5 or 6. Yeah. Yeah, so like a 5 or 6 lunch and then like a small dinner type thing around noon. Often how I did it. Everyone you know who's done prolonged night shifts has ended up a broken shell of a person. It's not for everybody. For me, I'm just naturally more inclined to be awake at night. If it's dangerous here because, like, the flight over to Germany was no problem because the internal clockwise, it just blended really well with the normal schedule of Germany. But even now, being here a few years, I'm slowly getting back to just generally a bit tired and brain fogged during the entire day. And the nighttime comes, and if I'm awake around 11 at night, I get like a second wind or a second wind, one of those. And if I'm not careful, I could really easily slip back into just being overnight. It took it a while, but my internal clock has started to flip again. Dire Maul 54 to 61. Doing Dire Maul with Burning Crusade gear at 61 sounds a bit easy. Alright, fishing. I'm ready for you. I got baubles. That's plus 75 fishing skill, man. On top of my fishing pull for plus 5. And that's all I've got, because I haven't taken fishing too seriously. Haven't done night shifts or such in about 5 years now, but you can skip back so easily. Not even funny. Last week, woke up around 3:30 and was wide awake. Having 2 kids and that weird sleep schedule does not work. No. No. Luckily for me, I'm not having kids. I don't want kids. Nobody wants kids. Kids are terrible. Kids are bad. They ruin lives and destroy finances. No. Sun scale salmon. Whoa, level 35. Ugh. Seems a bit low. I guess the fishing quest is also... Well, no, the fishing quest is 45. Yeah, must just be a wild range of fish. There's not like a pool or anything here that I gotta get, right? It's just generally saying this lake, I think. Naturally nocturnal, if left to your own devices as well, would get up about 15, 16, go to sleep about 7 to 8 in the morning. Yeah, that's pretty aight. Or I'm even fishing on the gear. Oh. I'm pretty sure it's just anywhere in the lake. It's just a fairly rare thing. You know what I enjoy is this quest basically is Nat Pickle admitting that he doesn't really even enjoy fishing. Even opens up. Can't say I really enjoy fishing much. Been at it for a good 20, 30 years now. He's just bored with it. That's it, that's all. Poor dude. He doesn't even want to be a fisher. At least it is a nice day for fishing. As nice as it could be, I suppose. And these raw red gills I can cook. This is kind of nice. Oops. Having a mini-me running around has its perks, but only after they're 12 or so they can do the chores, etc. Farm stuff for you in Warcraft? Kids are great for that, I suppose. And too much commitment, too much responsibility. Do not want. I'm always told that it's different if it's your own, but like, still no. Just no. Hey, got it. I fully recognize and accept that I would be a terrible father. And I feel like I don't need to have... I don't want to impose myself on a child forcefully for a good couple decades. Day in and day out. God. Just like 3 days a week for about 6 hours a day. That's enough. I feel like that's plenty of Yeti. Correct me if I'm wrong. Oh yeah, I wanted to go to Desolate. I guess I can just take this flight path. It should still get me there. Love your baby and very glad you had a kid. Don't think anyone who isn't 100% sure on wanting kids should have them. I don't know. I just... Ugh. I'm like 100% sure I don't want a kid. Like, if you're a little unsure about having a kid, I don't know, maybe you could... Maybe it's just like a nerves thing. I don't know. I can't really say. I feel like my unwanting of having a child is different than most people's unwanting of a child, so... I can't really imagine how they would feel when they don't want a kid. Yeah, cool raptor. Very nice. Can I spot this area quick? There we go. Gotta get those explorer achievements in quick. Log in when Wrath is out and just flood the chat log with achievements. Oh. Being 100% sure about not wanting kids should not be such a deal. I have one friend that has the same opinion, but he's stigmatized about that. Yeah, it's not common to not want kids. People just kind of act like it's their life duty to have children, and I suppose technically on like a human instinct level, maybe that is like the purpose. That's what most things' existence is all about, is just make more of you and then die. I can't say anybody's ever really given me a hard time for not wanting kids, though. They just say, oh, you'll change your mind when you're older. Well, here I am. Decades later, still not wanting. I feel bad for the people who were sort of forced to have a kid because society sort of demanded them to. That would suck. Don't mind kids. Fun and all, but man, am I glad I'm not taking them home. They're like a dog sometimes. Like, dogs are really cool, but owning a dog is a huge responsibility. But like, you could go to a dog park and like hang out with the dogs a bit. I mean, it doesn't quite work for kids, I suppose. Society's kind of against just showing up to a park and hanging out with kids, but I think you know what I mean. All the cool parts about interacting with a dog, but not like actually having to take care of the dog. I love having dogs, though. I think dogs are great. I'm a big fan. I'm currently a bit more of a cat person because they're so chill and whatever. Just let it do its cat thing outside and it comes back in to sleep and eat. Pet it sometimes. It's chill. It's nice. So basically like having a cat. Yeah, kind of, yeah. To some extent, yeah.
Ishnu Dal Dieb.
Not really having to worry about the super responsibility of having said pet, but still getting some of the benefit of having the pet. Though that said, though...
What's making that noise? Anyone else hear that?
Oh, I hear that. At the same time, though, hanging out with a dog is a lot cooler than hanging out with a cat. And probably also hanging out with a kid. Rook11 gifting a tier 1 sub. They're paying forward the gift they got from Cloud Prism. Thank you very much. It's gone to Turner. Very generous of you. Much appreciated, Rook. I think I'd rather have a dog than a kid. And I say that having had 3 border collies. Those dogs are a handful. The eerie sound effect on file somewhere. Would like that as a ringtone. It's just part of the Terror from the Deep music. One of the Battlescape themes. The MIDI version of it, I think. You can find, like, the Roland sound system versions of the songs, but I don't like those as much. There's also, like, the orchestrated TFTD music as well, but I don't think those are very well put together. There's just, they try to be too much, and rather than just being, like, ambient music, it's more in your face. And certain parts of it are a lot more in your face than others, so you really notice it. And you just keep hearing the same parts of the song over and over and over again because of that. Long term, I find it very annoying. Rather having a dog than a kid. They did something like that in Full Metal Alchemist. Yeah, kinda. A bit. I guess. Your dog is super easy. Had him on a 30-minute walk yesterday. Then you mowed the lawn while we watch. Then he slept the rest of the day because of the hard work. That sounds like a good boy. Border collies will, man, they don't know how to stop. They don't know how to take it chill. Like, I'm pretty sure a border collie could literally play itself to death. They are all about the activity. I'd like to try to have an Australian Shepherd next. Because they're also quite smart, but a touch less energetic. And also a little less fragile. Border collies have hip dysplasia issues quite often. There's a place in Cologne, I think it is, or near Cologne, where they do a bunch of dog breeding. They got a bunch of Australian Shepherds. I think a couple Border Collies too, but mostly Australian Shepherds. All purebred dogs kind of super damaged in a way nowadays. I wouldn't say all. I'd say the ones that are bred specifically are more susceptible to damaging lives. Like a popular thing, or like with cats with like the really short legs and they just look like a kitten all the time. That just have horribly short lives and a miserable existence, but they're bred because people think they're cute. Or like see anything regarding a bulldog at all whatsoever, we'd have to backtrack the breeding quite a bit to get back to how it was originally done and pure breed off of that. Yeah, the stubby leg cats, they're a lot online. There's like so much animal abuse that's being advertised to laugh at online. It's sickening. Really fucking gross. But nobody cares. It's like, as a big time animal enthusiast, it just pisses me off. Look how funny and loud my husky is. It shouldn't be doing that. Look at my cat panting. It really shouldn't be doing that. Look at this cat with a really funny walk. It looks like it's been drugged. Why are we filming this for the world? Stop doing this to your pet. It'd be like, it's like if Charlie Bit My Finger came out like last year, and then you get all these TikToks of people drugging their kids and filming it because it's doing funny things. And it's like, would that be okay? No. No, it wouldn't be. It's same level for me. Even though Charlie Bit My Finger was a totally innocent just coming back from the dentist or whatever, but people will be like, whoa, that really took off. I gotta monetize this. So they start drugging their kid with all sorts of stuff and filming that and like, oh, look, we just came back from the dentist the 12th time this month and I've filmed it again. God. Hate social media so much. A buyer was found for my auction of Green Hills of Stranglethorn, page 24. Yes. It's like another gold for the guild bank because somebody keeps trying to fill the guild bank up with Green Hills of Stranglethorn pages. Fuck. I don't want a guild tab totally full of quest items like that. If they need it, they can ask. Ugh. It was only 3 pages though, and there was like 1 page a few days ago. It's not that big of a problem. But still, I yoink it before it becomes a problem. Where are we going exactly? Yeah, this is my turn. For a Sartheris Striker. Oh. And then the other 2 just on the Eastern Kingdoms. Not too bad. I was thinking we'd be done with this by the time coffee break at noon came, but well, that didn't happen. Linen cloth only bank tab. Well, yeah, like, it's gotten better since I brought it up, which is good. Most people are reasonable about it, but like, if you need an ore for a quest, you can ask a miner if they have the ore. If you're a miner, hang on to some ores in case people need it. Problem solved. If you find some blacksmithing plans, fucking, who do we got for blacksmithing? You click through it, you find Zirkrum, and you give it to Zirkrum then. You just mail it. And if he doesn't need it, he can sell it. It doesn't matter. You were gonna give it away anyway. You don't gotta just throw it up on the bank tab and hope somebody at some point looks at it and realizes like, oh wow, that's something I can use. Because if it's there for longer than like 2 days, I'm getting rid of it because the tab's going to fill up so fast otherwise. And for that reason, I've been pretty much yoinking most quest items out of there too, because who the fuck reasonably has a quest and is like, oh, I need some things for it. I better check to see if the guild bank has that. It wouldn't even cross your mind. Because most quest items can't be traded and stuff like that, so you get these quests for like a bunch of weird ores and stuff, in which case you'd still be asking a miner then with my logic. And then they'd send it over to you. It still works. Looking at a bank tab for quest items is a weird logic. People don't even really look in there for spare gear, I'm noticing. They'd rather run around with no necklace rather than look inside the tab to see there's a necklace in there for them. So I dump shit into people's mailboxes now. It's like, here, have rings and necklaces. Screecher spirit from the corpse of a Veil Screecher. I think that's another Fairlost thing. I think that's from Tanaris. Ugh. Fishing pole? Fishing pole. With no bauble anymore. To be fair, most guilds get shitty if you start taking shit from the guild bank. I don't think so. I think guilds get shitty when people stop talking to each other and stop using each other's trade skill, and there's no community involved. That's when they get shitty for me. What's this fishable water? Oh, okay. We're casting like an asshole. Alright. Hold the pole out and just release the bobber. Straight down. Oh, come on, Goozer. You can do better than this. I guess it takes verticality into consideration for distance for fishing, huh? Over here seems alright. Because what I imagine is you get people who... We got a nice spread of professions, a lot of gathering professions, and the people who are online the most are the creating professions, so they can actually keep up with their skills and make decent gear for the level. And if anybody needs a specific piece of gear, they reach out to these trade people. If they need specific ingredients from a gatherer, then they can reach out to the gatherers and all that. Like, my bank has got a bunch of old ores in it, some old bars in it, some old gems in it, even some backup rings in it and necklaces. So if anybody's like, hey, can you make this? I've either already got it made and in stock, or I got the materials to make it in stock, and I can throw it together for them real quick. I don't need to have this supply in the guild bank all the time. That said, we have a tab for it now, so I do keep like one of each in there. But for the most part, it's in my local inventory. People can reach out and ask. We can communicate. It's fine. That's how I imagine it. But yeah, if you get those guilds where like nobody's talking to each other and they're just like stripping stuff out of the guild bank all the time, then yeah, it probably gets a little bit pooey. Man, quick fishing. Fish are hungry today. I'm not technically fishing at the gear, but again, I don't think it matters. I think it's just somewhere in the water. It's all fine. Anton took a necklace. Hey, that's good. Necklaces, rings, like anything you see in that tab that you can use, even if it's just like a small upgrade, take it. Because otherwise the disenchanter's gonna melt it into dust and probably fucking sit on that dust forever because nobody asks for enchantments either. We'll get there. Rogue's online. Oh. I passed Rogue in level. That feels strange. I also got the mallet for Zul'Farrak, by the way. I got that. It's all set up and done. Was actually pretty easy to do. I remember there being a lot more elites up there than there were. There weren't any. Just fought my way up. Took about 20 minutes. I probably could have just mounted and ran up, thinking about it, but I just fought my way up to be safe because I was expecting elites. So now I got that, so we can bang the gong in Zul'Farrak. I don't know who still needs / wants it, but... Sturdy locked chest. That's going to Anton. If you had more time, you get a free account and just farm the ever-living shit out of linen and fill the bank. And I just take it out and vendor it because it's not even worth selling on the auction house. Linen and silk. It's just vendor trash on the server. There's so much of it. I don't even think the linen is worth sending to a tailor to have them make stuff and disenchant it. I don't think that's worth it either. Because those beginning dusts are also fairly cheap because of people rotting dead mines and all that, and just disenchanting the greens there. Boy, let me tell you, this Arthurus Striker have proven to be a real wily beast. It's a tough find. Realized you were sleeping on pickpocketing yesterday. If you got a side mouse button or so, I always bound it to button 5 on my mouse, so when I'm stealthy I just pickpocket right away and just like go right into the combo. It's super convenient. But that's your top way of getting strong boxes for your lockpicking skill. Because if you got auto loot enabled in the interface options, I think it is, the pickpocketing is just like a 1-second job. But I often have my general thing is like cooldown abilities that I have on the side mouse buttons. The fancier things with the longer cooldown is like one of the shift and side buttons. So that's why I got like the rapid fire on there and my trinket I got on there, and just I don't need it all the time, but sometimes just, you know, pop it real quick and it's done. Maybe you want to have vanish on it or so, or maybe kick. Something convenient but not part of your rotation generally. I usually also have tilde set up. I don't know why I don't on this anywhere. Maybe it's on one of the disabled bars somewhere. But tilde and shift tilde I've usually got for interrupts. Shift 1 is usually always my stun. Bit harder to do in Classic because not everybody gets that stuff, but in retail, like, everybody's got some form of an interrupt generally, everybody's got some form of a stun generally, so it's just like, across characters, regardless of what I'm playing, shift 1 is the stun, etc, etc. That's how I got it. I wonder if I'm, like, just too far north. It's been 8 minutes of fishing and still nothing. Let's go back onto a gear. since that seemed to work definitely before. We can at least rule that out. Although this is showing up actually on land. That's awkward. Go along the coast a bit more. Maybe fishing off the cliff is like technically a different little biome. Usually it doesn't matter too much. It's more just like river fish, ocean fish, lake fish in this level of a zone. Usually. Could also be I was just super duper lucky before. Every MMO has fishing, but when do we get an MMO where fishing is a skill? We're PH fishing, finding out other players' passwords. An online hacker game. I leveled up in social engineering. Just imagining these out of context discussions that people would be having about that. There we go, start there a strand. That sounds like what I'm after. I think up there was maybe not where I meant to be exactly. Watch me get it like on the second cast now. Oh yeah, do I still got those gorilla things somewhere? Looks like I got rid of those. Oh no, they're there. Hey, got it. Aha. Hello, Blep. We didn't actually get the storm, like at all. Mountains overpowered. I really could have used a storm over the weekend, but it still cooled down ultimately. So that's nice. The weather is rainy today. A bit chilly. It's good. I like this. We planted a WotLK sapling last week, so a bit of the rain is very nice. A bluebell. Stuff. And a crate with a little bit of heavy blasting powder in it. Cool. So technically up to Darnassus, but I think I heard that actually. Get dabbed on, and then I can just boat over to Darnassus through the Aberdeen boat, and then I can backtrack, boat back to Menethil.
Great to meet you.
I think tender wolf meat I can technically use, but oh well. The red gill that just gets cooked up straight away. Even my cooking's getting up there slowly. I gotta go back to, I forgot to do it in Tanaris, But I gotta go back to Gadgetzin and talk to the cook there to see what else I can get for this. All my recipes are green currently. I don't know if he's like the first aid dude who just teaches you stuff randomly or what. But I've also been keeping up on that. I gotta talk to him again at... I think back at 260 I was able to talk to him and learn how to do room cloth bandages.
What's on your mind?
Oops. It's already my home.
My attention. Off with you.
Money. Yeah, silver ore just to gold. The price kind of normalized and settled in finally at a gold. And it's been holding that for a little while. I'm neither sad nor glad, really. I found a bunch of silver for super duper cheap and also been mining some up, so I've got like 30 silver kicking around somewhere, so I'm kind of happy to be just done with it.
Need help? Go with
Aha. Plus 100 fishing. I have so many quest items. Ugh, it's like being in Duskwood all over again. Interesting. It's exciting seeing people like this that are just like, they're their own thing. There's nothing like super meta about what they've got or anything. They're just doing their own thing. It's fucking strange as hell to see these specs like this, but at the same time, it's nice. You just inspect a hunter and they're just Beastmaster with some Ravager pet and they've all got like the same fucking pants and shoulders on and the exact same weapon. It's like, ugh. If it's fun, it's fun, but man, I like a little bit of individuality and personality in the character too, you know? You're really an MMO player if you didn't create a totally ineffective, weird build that still was fun somehow. Well, that's ultimately what it comes down to, is fun. And in my case, most of the time, my off-meta build ends up performing about as well as these more standard meta builds, because I understand what I'm doing, and they're just following a guide and don't really get it. There's a pretty huge difference in that. When I was the warrior class officer for our more serious raiding guild, I often told people, like, generally this is the spec that I'm going for and this is why, but please experiment and do your own thing and try things out. Because what I did a lot of was relying a lot on crits to keep the haste up and a lot of procs and just like really active play. But if you're not really for active play and you want more of a chill experience and you want to go like arms or so with a big two-handed weapon and bleeds and all that, then fine, that's totally cool too. If that suits you, then fine. As long as you're putting up numbers. I don't give a fuck. We always had a baseline amount of DPS that was expected of you, and if you weren't on that line, then we'd sit down and figure out what we can do with your current build to make it a bit better, to make it work, and failing that, revising some of the talents. And usually we were able to find a compromise somewhere, where they got to keep the build and general playstyle that they were after, and still be effective enough. Because the meta stuff, yeah, it works. And it sims very well. But, like, the real-life numbers, you're talking like 0.5% improvement over some other builds. And if it involves you doing a very, very specific sequence and getting lucky with a proc and going off of that, is it worth it then? I don't know. Less wiggle room for that in Classic, and a lot more of it in Retail, oddly. You know, like, I don't like what they did to the talent tree in Retail, but there's still a lot of playstyles for Retail. A lot of playstyles. So you get a little bit more unique builds that way. Man. Come on, Stormwind. Love me more. I'll probably go with Winter Sabers, though. Just do, like, off-camera Winter Saber farming to get one of their cats. Whoops. Nah, little one. It's so small. My statue that I accidentally used when I dismounted. What I really liked about Tree of Savior initially was that the wild builds and all the class combinations that you can throw together as you play, a lot of them for co-op work together really, really well. To the point where I'm not fully certain that there's a specific meta build. It's kind of no matter what you ended up going along with, you can still complement somebody else. So, like, at the time, it was more of just play with a couple people, do whatever, and make it work. And that's good enough. That's fine. That's set. No doubt there's probably, like, some crazy combination of classes that's the best, and probably involving a linker or something like that, and just like stack everybody up onto the same tile and do some sort of a crazy bomb type thing then. I don't know. It seemed like there was a lot more ways to make it work though initially, which is why I was really interested in it at first, but that really quickly went downhill. Tried it once in 2020, completely overwhelmed you with systems and stuff. Yeah, it's part of the downhillness. It fell into the same thing that like a lot of Korean MMOs are like, where like there's all these systems and UI elements that pop up, and it's like, as a fresh player, it's insane. Because especially in the West, we don't have things like that. I'm sure these MMOs make a lot of sense in Korea because everybody's used to that. They see these pop-ups and they just know, oh, that's part of that system. I've played stuff like that. We're good. But in the West, you don't really have a lot of these systems, and they're kind of strange and a little bit weird. And it floods you with them all at once to get it over with. And its presentation is really, really poor. A very overwhelming experience. And then, of course, because there's enough content in the game, they, for whatever reason, default to, we need to get players to skip as much of the game as possible so they can run out of things to do as fast as possible. So you kill, like, one thing and you level up 6 times. I don't get it. Just make the game fun. Who cares about endgame? As long as they're having fun playing it, it doesn't matter. Why have them skip so much of the game when they play it? They can have just as much fun leveling up and playing the mid-game content as they would just getting to the endgame right away and doing endgame grind stuff. As far as I'm concerned, it's a totally different playstyle, and if you force people to get to the endgame as quickly as possible so they can do the endless grind, you're going to turn off players who aren't interested in the grind at all. Hello, Stag Helm.
Tyrande has no idea how to lead our people.
What a piece of shit this guy is. Ungaro soil samples is what you want? I'll take it, but man, don't expect much. Ew, I came all the way up here to be told to collect dirt. Alright, whatever. And donations. Yeah, I think we head back to Eastern Kingdoms. And, I guess the swamp first. I don't really mind endgame grind stuff in games, personally. I know people who do despise it, but for me personally, I'm okay with it. What I enjoy a lot more, though, is the progression and playing through and getting upgrades and gear and new abilities and just the improvement of the character. And if you're rushing me through the game to get to the endgame grind as quickly as possible, I miss out on all of that. And it doesn't feel like I've been on a journey at all whatsoever. I'm just killing green slimes to get to level 100 so I can evolve or whatever real quick and ascend, and that's not really what I'm after in games. And if the gameplay itself is grindy, and the endgame is grindy, then what's the difference in grinding in the endgame versus grinding in the core game? It's the same game, so why does it matter? Where am I getting shadow resistance from? That's just a passive I got? Oh yeah. Well, look at me. That's a whole 10. It's still just poor, whatever that means. It's probably like 0.5% at level 60. Actually, probably not even that, because that'd be a chance to resist straight up, so probably like 0.1, 0.2. Maybe cool for like early PvP, but you don't find many warlocks in early PvP. Warlocks you find a lot actually in level 50 to 60 doing PvP because of Alterac Valley. It's a lot easier to sit back in the mess of the crowd and just like throw dots at people and help out from afar while they're busy doing, you know, PvE stuff inside there and all that. Man, this book takes a while. Where you at? Boat? Huh. Yeah, it doesn't have that much range. It's good range, but not quite that good. Not in Classic. In Retail, I think you can get pretty much wherever. Worst case, you chain it together. That's fun. I like doing that. A lot of Easter eggs in the world. Dog hat. Oh yeah. Hey, that's the helm that we got some of that wolf leather crap. Then I was like, oh yeah, that's used for specifically one recipe. That's it. That's all that's for. A hat that's just for druids. A pretty nice hat, though. Shapeshifting, and you get rage when you shapeshift into it, or energy for the cat. It's a shame that it's got 10 spirit on it. Where am I? Okay. That was weird. I think we were like under the boat somehow. The feathered breastplate. I remember that. I had that on my druid. 10 intellect, 24 fucking spirit, that thing. It's BOE as well. It'd probably sell alright. Fantastic for resto druids. Also kind of balanced druids, I suppose, too. I don't know if there'd be any like really good spell crit chest pieces around level 45. And of course, we just missed this boat. Is there anything else I can do here while I'm here? I mean, I guess I could see about grabbing a Felwood flight point while I'm out here. I guess. I don't think I can make the run into Winter Spring, though. I might be too low for that. I think the Furbolg that are in that cave are 52, 53. That'd be rough. Especially since AoE pulls, because I don't think they start as neutral. I think they start hostile, and you gotta do quests in Winter Spring to make them happy with you. And then you can start getting quests from them, and get more rep. And you can collect the spirit beads, or something. Mass turn those in. I'll go back to Menethil, that's fine. Might take a quick AFK when I'm in Menethil too, and get that coffee. Noon 30 already. Chat box add-on? This down here is no add-on. This is just vanilla, but there is the background that you can set on it to darken it up a little bit. It's a little bit buggy, but it works. And objectives is questy. You can use the add-ons command. That'll bring you into, or give you a link to the paste bin where I've got links and all that stuff for it. Also a little bit of information on Questy to make it a bit less annoying because the default settings are pretty rough. It'll just flood your screen with objectives by default. Simple opal ring sold. What'd I put that on for? Might have been a couple gold. That's one of the 12 agility ones. It claims 11 gold. I don't know if I sold it for 11 gold. That'd be great if I did. Also, this guy for 8 intellect and 4 mana per 5. I was thinking about using that for me, but I kind of like my rings, to be honest. I think my favorite part of this character are the rings. I think I need more intellect, though, generally. I think that might be Goozer's current biggest problem, is I'm underestimating intellect for hunters. Because I'm always out of mana, but if I had more mana, maybe that's okay. I have less mana than health, which to me seems perfectly normal, but... I need more intellect generally as a mood for sure. Yeah. I mean, for me, brain fog, but I'm about to get that taken care of in a minute. Harumph. When did they have vendors on these boats and stuff? I thought Burning Crusade had those. They had them and then they took them away for a bit. And then they brought them back in. I thought they were in Burning Crusade, but where are they? I love the just abrupt reset back to my upset face. Gonna do the shortcut. Now! Ish. Something like that. It's not really faster, I think, since I can just mount from the docks and end up at the Flight Master. But if your question here, that's nice just to get out to the front a bit quicker, I guess. if you care.
Hey there.
Nethergarde Keep, I think?
See you around.
Yeah, don't have a flight there. So Nethergarde Keep, but you gotta head to anyway to
Can I
talk
help
to
you?
Thaddeus. Fucking what a name, Thaddeus. So,
Safe travel.
a quick AFK here and leave you with a little bit of flight cam for, I don't know, motion sickness feeling, I suppose, or something. I don't know. I'll be back in like 3 minutes, just getting some coffee. Waiting for boats. Yeah. Even in retail, though they added more boats in retail, it's a little easier to get around. You can go straight from Ashenville right into Stormwind, I believe. You can just skip wetlands altogether, I think. Zulfarak!
Watch your back.
You son of a... Okay. Okay. I got a few ZF quests. That's fine. I'm okay with that. And back to Ironforge still for the rubbings, I think? Or no, that's for the discs. That's for the rubbings. So 2 more in Ironforge. Just a fish, I think. Da 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 da. Soon. It's nice having warm coffee. We did a deep clean of our coffee machine over the weekend. I had it unplugged, of course. When we plugged it back in, it remembered the timer for when to automatically make coffee for us. So we thought, oh, okay, cool. It's got a battery in it or something on just like one of those little coin cell batteries or so. So it just remembered. Cool, awesome. What we didn't check was what it thought the current time was. So come Monday, it starts making coffee at like 3 in the morning, I think it was. So we wake up at 6:15 and coffee's just sitting there waiting. Just, cold coffee right in the morning. Still fine. I'm used to cold coffee. No problem, but warm coffee in the morning is pretty nice. We fixed that, obviously. It's nice to have warm coffee again. Although this is a nasty capsule cup because I'm too lazy to put together a small pot for myself. Well, what would be nice is if I could have 2 timers on it. The one timer for the 6:15 for a small to medium pot for my wife and I. And then a second timer for around noon for just a small pot for myself. That'd be great. I'd have to have like a second set of powder put in for it, but that's okay. Anchors had lunch and it was awesome. Wrap with roast beef, pesto, cherry tomatoes, and pinion carne. Oh man. Fucking pine seeds, yo. Pine seeds are expensive. However, roasted pine seeds, oh my god. They're so good. I can't have cashews, so I have to just bask in the glory of pine seeds. Yummy. Very expensive though for what they are. I'm thinking it might be like kind of a seasonal thing. And we just always look at it like off season or something. Roasted pine seeds butter? Ooh. I'm listening. Go on. Whose cave is that? Some iron in there. And potentially mithril. Oi. Back off. I'm just looking. They don't like rubberneckers, I guess. Oh. Oh, hey, gold. My current love is some fresh walnut bread with camembert cheese. Oh, so nice. Those like little oven pots that you can get for camembert that you just basically bake in its little wood container or whatever. Fresh walnut bread too from the bakery. God, yes. Yeah, and the cashews are a no-go for me. Specifically cashews. It's weird. Anything else in the world, fine. But cashews? No. Little Murloc hut over there. What's going on over here? Never been back here, I think. What level we talking? Ink spewers. Gross. Posted it on the Discord, but Capcom made a 10th anniversary site for Dragon's Dogma Live? Don't do this to me. If it's Dragon's Dogma 2. Man. Dragon's Dogma Online. They're making really good progress with the emulation or server or whatever you want to call it. They're doing fucking great with it. They recently found the database that's got all of the spawn locations and everything for everything up to like season 2 or 3. So that's like a huge bulk of the work taken care of using that. Because before they had to just manually play stuff from memory, looking through old streams and old YouTube Let's Plays of Dragon's Dogma Online, trying to figure out where the mobs were, when they were, because there's also area ranking that changed the spawns and daily quests and basically impossible, really. They found a database, though, that already has all of that, so it's just... they're getting close. They even got, like, kinda, sorta multiplayer-ish, although you can't really go into a dungeon together. And it's a bit laggy. But, hey, the foundation's down. And that's awesome. I never even buffed my fishing pole. I'm surprised we're actually getting anything. Alright, problem solved. Mai. Yeah, I think that's Arthurus Striker I was too far north for. I don't think I can get that where I was. Your wife has that with hazelnuts. Ooh. That's a shame. Why is it always the really tasty nuts? Because, like, cashews are delicious. Hazelnuts are delicious. Why are bodies dumb? Man, Dragon's Dogma. I love a system where it's an RPG and you choose a class, and when you level up in that class, you gain attributes and stuff, and you can learn passives that you can also carry then into whatever class you happen to be later on. So like if I'm a warrior, when I level I gain like a bunch of strength and stamina. So I get to level 10 as a warrior, and then I can switch over to like a rogue and start training up some agility and stuff. I love that shit, and Dragon's Dogma's got kind of sort of that. The stats don't really transfer over, but like you learn passives and abilities that you can throw on regardless of your class. So like, you know, in Dragon's Dogma Online, you can be an elemental archer and level up on that enough to learn how to get the passive for faster elemental build-up on enemies. And you can take that and then be like a shield sage, where you infuse your shield with an element and you blast enemies with perfect blocks with that. And if you got the increased elemental build-up from Elemental Archer on, then bam, that applies to that as well. So you just like fucking holy block a dude and bam, holy proc, and it's awesome. Yeah, it's so good. Building your own character and class that way. Giving them a very wide berth. Worst case, the guards chase you. They don't net you nowadays. I think that's a Burning Crusade thing. And on, where guards start netting you if you run by, so you can't just mount up and harass that way. Because what people could do is they would just pull the guards away via mount, and then somebody else walk in, and then just abuse the NPCs inside. You want to talk about stupid bodies? My liver has a function to create cholesterol, so LDL and HDL. Your liver is like, nah brah, only HDL, so basically fuck you and your heart in the long run. Yeah, there's pills for that though, right? Like, proven effective pills. Oh, decreased liver function when used for very long. Ah, okay. Well, so you know what we do then? We get you a bionic liver. Well, we're at a bionic heart too, just to be safe. One day. One day. The pills don't work. You're the 0.01% non-responder, so you have to inject every 2 weeks. What the fuck? Dude, your body sucks. Reroll. Like, what? How the fuck how'd you manage this? What were you thinking during character creation? What pros did you give yourself?
Need help?
I'd like to imagine it's like Project Zomboid, where you take all of these like negative traits to afford points to get the positive traits. So like, what are you really good at that other people suck at? Gotta be something, right?
Safe travels.
Yeah, STV.
Well met.
Which
Light bless you.
I think Rebel Camp will be fine. Yeah, that'll be aight. Fast alcohol removal from system. Okay. I took these negative traits, so I'm really good at drinking because of the negative traits. I drink because of the negative traits, but I got those negative traits so that I could drink because of the negative traits. Hey, how you doing, Wax? What sort of a boomer MMORPG is this? Don't even. Asheron's Call? I will absolutely fucking play that if you want to see a boomer MMORPG. Back down, Wax. You're out of your league. But hello, welcome. How you doing today? It's like a New Vegas trait. Yeah. EverQuest 1's still alive? I never played EverQuest 1. EverQuest 2 I played a while ago, and that was really nice. EverQuest 2 scratched all of the itches that I wanted. The housing, and the nice customization for the housing, and using trade skills in a more significant way than just queuing up making 20 of a thing and idling. So good. Haven't played it recently. Apparently it got much worse though. So I'm following a private server thing for that too. Anchors gifting a tier 1 sub to Wax, gifted 2 thus far on the channel. Thank you very much. And no, 7 months for Wex. I thought you got your six month anniversary. 7th month. I could also play some Phantasy Star Online episodes 1 and 2. Or no, 2 and 4? It's like episodes 1 and 2, but like in game it's actually like 1, 2, and 4 or something weird. There's also that. I had that on the GameCube. I got a private server thing installed. Well, not a private server thing, but like another like third-party emulator type deal. Whatever. If you want grind, that's like mind-numbing grind. That is the stuff that my brother and I would play on the GameCube before bed to get ready to sleep. You play that for like 2 hours and you're ready to pass out. But it was a satisfying grind. Material requirements for these wild leather quests are a pain. What do you need now? You need like 12 Eye of Newt and like 3 Onyxia scalps and a Gruul loincloth times 2. Gruul? Not Gruul. Gruul is different. Gruul, I think. Don't look up Gruul. That's something else entirely. 30 plus turtle scale and a bunch of wildvine. Okay, well, wildvine might be really cheap to buy. That drops pretty often from the trolls and hinterlands. The turtle scales are a pain in the ass because that's like level 50 turtles, which hinterlands also works for along the east coast. I can help you with those in a bit. I'm almost done with my garbage. Neither were affordable in the auction house. That's stupid. Yeah, how much wildvine is a bunch? Like 50? If you link me some wildvine, I can maybe see the drop chance. It's pretty common though. Each quest needs 1. 3 so far. Alright. Hey, we can farm some of that up in a minute. I'm just about ready. I'm actually like kind of close to your level, so we can sort of rip and tear together. Exciting stuff. Fucking old damage meter. God damn it. It doesn't reset on logout. Ugh. It's like no Morrigan plus a bunch of solo stuff I've been doing. And there's that. Easy peasy. Now I go back to the marsh? Swamp of Sorrows. No. I think he was in the marsh. I also got to check out old school RuneScape at some point. I'm interested enough to give it a shot one of these days. Yeah, the east coast of Hinterlands for the turtles for sure, and also the troll camps along the south of Hinterlands for the Wildvine. Thankfully, it's all in Hinterlands. I'll meet you there when I can. Don't forget ammo and water and stuff when you head out.
Looking for something specific?
Get rid of this crap. Oh, I got some thick leather for your rogue, too. It's like an auction house thing. Yet another quest item. This is all quest items here. 18 quest items I've got. This is horrible.
Farewell.
Probably only going to be on another hour because sleep schedule. Okay, yeah, sure. I just have to turn in, really. I don't think it'll take too long for that, especially since my hearth is almost up. It's a key to freedom. That's not what I'm after. Yeah, and that pick. I gotta go back up to, like, wetlands. I think for everything. Ironforge and wetlands and... Ironforge first, I suppose. Fucking Hillman's cloak. That thing gets around. But look, you see what's happening here? Do you see this? Do you see this? Do you see this? He needs a thing for a quest, so he looked to see who's a leather worker and has asked the leather worker if they can make that. It's fucking awesome.
Time is money, friend.
It's so much better than just having 20 Hillman cloaks sitting in the guild bank. I bet Rogue's also probably even got the stuff on him to make it. It might even be worth just having a couple Hillman cloaks in your bank, so if anybody needs it, boom, you already got it in backstock. Can you see my mount's face? Sure. I mean, this is a griffin. I mean, there's that. But when I get on my fat horse again, sure. Basically an elephant. Elephant? No. No. Elephant. Where's Liz when you need him with the elephant puns? Meetings for all of eternity. Also, could be a bit of a wild week because Thursday is potentially a day off for them. So, depending if they have also got Friday as a bridge day off, it could be that work is hellish for them this week. No, not that. Data broker plugins? Kind of. Not really. There's a way I could get this to look over into my bank. I thought. Tooltip item count, yes please. Might need a reload or something after that, I don't know. Because I like that, so I know if I get any in my bank or so, if anybody links stuff in chat, I could be like, oh, I got 12 of that in my inventory. Somewhere. Etc, etc. Right-click one of the top 3. That's for a different character. But like, I remember there being like a button here or something like that. Maybe that's just retail. Maybe the classic one can't do that. That's fine. I don't need to take a peek into my bank, I suppose. I'm just figured while I'm flying, not really doing much. I do like that though, being able to peek over and see what my other characters got going on. Which apparently isn't much because I haven't really been on that character since. But Barmera, an example, I can be like, haha. The fuck was I doing here? Wow. All sorts of wild stuff. Leather. Ooh, leather. Probably have a bit of heavy leather inside the guild bank, but worst case I can buy it, it's fine. It's probably less than a gold each. It's probably just like 20 or 30 silver per.
How are you?
Thorium Fight Blade. Alright. Okay. 90 damage. 6 crit and 12 attack power. Holy shit. Does, do my abilities work with the thrown weapon? I might actually be a thrown weapon hunter for a little bit. Oh yeah, I forgot to show you the elephant horse.
Keep your feet on the ground.
Beautiful. Kind of. Sort of. It's okay. I'm not the biggest fan of them. Yeah, it's not counted as a ranged weapon. Damn. That's like really good though. That's something great to have for like Fury Warrior. Wow. And it being a thrown weapon is also not super ideal. The durability goes down whenever you throw them, so it's like a stack of 240 of these and you repair and it like fixes itself back up so you can keep throwing them. It's a bit odd. That's medium leather. Okay, okay. I figured he may have searched the bank already, maybe. I'm not sure. Five heavy leather. That's not how you spell heavy. Oh, God. $4 silver per. Yo, what? Fucking done. Okay. Okay. Do you also need Thread Rogue, or do you have that on you? Just bought some. Okay, cool. I will just fly over to you then. Turn the time, or the whole Nat Pagel thing I'll turn in another time. There's not a rush for it. Not like I'm itching to do some fishing or anything, you know. Although I gotta get that rare fish in Ironforge though. Old something or other. Old mud butt. I'm pretty pogged for achievements, I gotta say. I'm at about 2 out of 5 pogs right now.
What's on your mind?
I'll take the boots for gold, some, and 11,000 experience. Jesus, that's 10% to my level. Holy hell. And 500 Ironforge rep. Whew. Okay. These little random off-the-wall quests are actually quite worth doing. I never really bothered with them because they're so just like, go way over to the other side of the planet and do a bunch of stuff over there and then come back. And it's like,
No.
do I gotta? Experience is not really a reward, but check it, check it, check it. This thing sells to a vendor for a gold 35. That's pretty alright. Plus, I mean, it is a lot of experience, though. I mean, maybe it's a bit of an award, reward, even. What's reward got to do with ward, anyway? If you're rewarding somebody, it sounds like you're putting a ward back on them to keep them away from you because the ward dropped off, so you have to reward them. The fuck English. You have a back slots button which lets you check your bank. Back slots button. Okay, because I got that disabled. Oh, okay, I guess I'll leave that button on then. Gotcha. Thanks for checking. can check everybody's bank. Don't know if there's much in their banks though. I even got my little troll dude's bank. He's got a lieutenant's insignia in there because you do a quest to discover the burning blade and they give you an insignia so you blend in, but nobody ever wants to take the insignia back. So I'm just a part of the burning blade now, I guess. And just general materials for whatever jewel crafting may or may not need to be done. As well as some spare interesting things and curiosities for folks if they need it. They just have to ask. Switched over to activity time too. Reward, the meaning return or payment for service, hardship, etc. Also, something given in recognition of merit, virtue, etc. A prize from late 14th century. Right. And ward? I mean, that's the confusion to me. Like, I guess ward was stolen from some other language, and reward was taken from a different language, so it doesn't really tie together exactly, I guess. That's the thing with English. It's hard knowing because, like, a lot of the words in English were taken from other languages. And in some cases misused as well, so it's not so easy. I love the demotivated music. So I'm just flying by, taking a glance at the castle, feeling a bit noble and heroic for just a few seconds, though. It's from the word regard and was taken into English. Ah. Okay. Strange. It says it only updates when the combat's done, but I'm pretty sure I was always just on damage done overall, and it's actually just fine. I think it's full of it. We'll see. I'm almost there, Rogue. I'm on my way. Should start using recompense. Much more clear. Well, there's that. There's also compensate then. If you're compensating somebody for their troubles, like if they've lost something, you give them something to compensate their lost time, an example. So what's recompense, and how's that tie in with it? I think I'm gonna switch cat.
Well met. See you soon.
Level it up some, since I don't have to do all the fighting myself solo and I can rely on Rogue. The cat can just kind of hang out and leech experience and slowly get caught up. Works really well during instances. That's like a breeze during an instance where I get experience. But that's the problem. I have to get experience. And my cat being half my level, can't really do a whole lot then. Recompense. Make amends to someone for loss or harm suffered. Compensate. Offenders should recompense their victims. So it's the same word then. Okay. Because recompense sounds a bit like recompensate, where like I'm doing it again. I think it's the prefix re, just needs to just be eradicated. Re-eradicated. Regurgitated. I thought there was a nice mountain path back behind them with like some mining nodes on it, but I guess not. Maybe the entrance was elsewhere. I got distracted, Rogue. I'll be right there. Okay, I guess this doesn't really lead to anything then. Alright. Okay, fine. So wait, how do I actually get up to this guy then? Oh, you're that stupid mountain from way back there. That's right, I remember. I'm on the totally other side. Hey, how you doing to look? Welcome. Just came by to say hello. Hello. Hope you're doing okay. It's a lot of wild stuff here. Don't die, Rogue. Feign death. Fake it until you make it. It doesn't quite work with feign death, I suppose. It kind of implies you're just gonna lay there pretending to be dead until you're dead. That's not ideal. He's doing it. I'm coming. I'm almost there. Aren't we all dying, but each of us at a different pace? Yeah, I guess so. I mean... just like a real chicken.
Chugga 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 choo 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 choo.
Chugga 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 choo choo.
Jeez, this escort's super easy. How'd you almost die? Man. Slash go-kart command than Asheron's call. I don't think so. I just remember the cool slash AFK and also the slash marketplace that I found very annoying. Stab. ambushers. Totally. God damn it. It's fucking chicken. I guess... Never mind, I guess we're not killing it. Robot chicken, please. What are you doing? You stop this. Hey look, turtles. Where are we bringing this thing? Into the water to drown it or what? Alright. It cloaked. It's going to Booty Bay. It couldn't have done that anywhere else. My cat has basically no hope at all. I just noticed I don't have damage numbers going on anymore. What happened to those? The hell? I gotta see how much fat damage I'm doing. My wicked crits and stuff. Oh god, Gatherlight's gotta do its thing again. That frame rate. combat. What the fuck? Okay. Some of these textures are so blurry, I don't know what they're supposed to be. Wow. Looked like you just threw a bullet at him. Seems like a pretty okay drop rate on these. Yesterday was National Turtle Day in the US. Well, that was yesterday, though. Today's today. We don't like turtles anymore. Well, it's not Turtle Awareness Month or anything. Fucking things. Everybody's in agreement. That was ages ago yesterday. Hello Theranum, hello Freewheel. Hope you're doing okay. Bite rank 7. I don't have rank 7 yet. I gotta tame one of these days. Can't do it now because I've already got a pet out, but... Bite rank 7 would be pretty cool. Shooting plastic straws at them. Yeah, that's right. It ain't Earth Day either. Exhausted and still have 3.5 hours to go. Oh, it'll go fast though, don't worry. But yeah, I know the feeling. For me, it's been the weather lately. A lot of weird wild shifts between hot and then cool and a bit of rain and strange pressure and... I'm apparently quite sensitive to that nowadays. Is it like every single turtle is dropping a skill when you skin it? Really good if so. This won't take nearly as long as I thought it would. Some of them are even dropping 2. The turtles do look like snapping turtles you have in the woods here. Ooh. This big though? Man. Or you need like 2 hunters to help bring them down. We're hunting. Yes. Chopping down on its neck with a massive axe. Yeah, my cat dinged. Nice, level 29. Getting there. Very, very slowly. Gamma Raider just can't get away from us. And his cat levels 2. Very nice. I feel like because some of them drop 2, and it skins often enough, it's basically like 100% rate. You needed like 50 of these scales, so 50 turtles. It's about right. Poor cat gets so fucked up so fast from these things. Twice its level. Well, not quite twice. It's almost 30 now. I don't really want to swim out for the turtles. I think it's a long enough coast, I think we can just follow it along and find enough of them. Turned my dinosaur into a cat? Oh, a while ago. It was a monkey for a bit, but the monkey couldn't hold aggro for whatever reason, so I changed it over. I have a boar. I've got this cat, which I got ages ago, just never leveled it up. It's always got this kind of ghosty look to it. Pretty unique. The boar, the cat. What's the third thing that I've got? A wolf, but I don't really like the wolf either. The wolf can't have many DPS abilities, and the big ability that it's got is a howl that increases damage of the next attack, but it costs so much focus that it's not really worth it. I often have it disabled. So I'm leveling up the cat because I think the cat can have like kind of everything. Look at that, I yoink. The one single loot that I yoink. Not a bad ring. Damn it, it's not falling for it. What do I do? Oh my god, my poor cat. It's getting so fucked up so fast. Everything is a crushing blow against it. Stayed at an Airbnb once that was a rescue farm. They had a giant tortoise. How big are they in life? Like, your size, or? I never met one before. Could you play D&D on its back? Ottoman size. Oh, okay. So like a big dog. Could this be a horse? Aw, best friend cat. Nice. Hello, Ionek. How's it going? Brain foggy for me today, but I'm doing okay. The weather cooled down a lot, so I'm happy about this. Another week I may survive. And I've got coffee for the fog. Inventory's so full of garbage. I got some room if you want to throw me, like, their thick, scaly tails and shell fragments and crap. I got some space. And tails, 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 shell, shell, shell. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, here's the there's the heavy leather. I forgot. I guess I'll loot them and then you can just skin them then. I suppose. I didn't realize they were dropping so much garbage. Hey, Jitterbug! Howdy. How are you doing? Welcome. What are those emotes? Ah, Software Sal. Yeah, okay. And from Kiri. Ah, Kiri got a cool finger guns emote. Oh, cool. I don't have a finger guns emote. I don't know if I have a whole lot of slots. I got like tier 2 and tier 3 emote slots. I gotta think of what to do for those. All I've got is a stupid tentaculate for tier 3. That's it. I guess you get a cool highlight on your sub badge if you're tier 2 or tier 3. There's that rather than just the base white outline. I think tier 2 has got a that sort of cyan outline, and tier 3's got a very vibrant purple. 12 more scales should be enough. Okay, yeah, that ain't too bad at all. Fuck, it's not Scorpid skills, so, you know. Actually, I'll take that Hillman cloak too. I'll trade it to Natalie later, since I'll probably cross his path sooner than later. Cats are only really good at hunting bags of popcorn and corn chips. Microwave was full of salty snacks to keep the cat away. It's funny. I'd say why not just put it in like a top cupboard, but cats are pretty crafty. They'd figure it out. Man, my aim shot's not critting anymore. Feels bad. It's nice when it crits, but I'm not a big fan of aim shot. I think it's more for it's definitely more of a PvP thing because it reduces the healing done to the target by a lot. It's not so useful in PvE. A little bit, but not a whole lot. And the mana cost again is just like, it's not worth it. Increases range damage by 396, which sounds like a bunch, and it kind of is depending on the weapon. My weapon's getting a little bit dated now, but it crits for like over 1,000 if it ever crits.
Woo! Yahoo!
Just sitting back, drinking, watching the kids play out there. Yeah. Who needs kids when you got hunter pets? Stranger back on Sunday night is struggling with some Back pain, very annoying. Dude, back pain's the worst. Sorry to hear that. Got some Voltaren or anything? I love the way the bullets curve sometimes. Just zoom right into them. How many more do you need? I haven't been counting. Should be about there though, right? We got Horde Town ahead, so I don't really want to get much closer to that. Some XCOM shooting here. This is my gas cannon. 90 fucking degrees off. Yeah, I don't have the quest for that at all, so that's on you. Well, there were some up by the ruins, I think, over here, though. Yeah, maybe it was different ruins. I saw a couple at. Ah, there's one by the trees here. Yeah, two by the trees. Shit, there's so much vendor trash from these. At least the shell fragments vendor pretty well, though. Half a gold for a stack of 5. Not too bad, not too bad. Can maybe even use the turtle meat to cook. I gotta head back to Dude and see what I can learn from him. He might have another quest for me. And then there was like, what, Dirge's kicking Chimera chops that you can get from Winter Spring. I remember those being a pretty good one. That was like the best food item to have for some reason. I don't remember why. In that proper classic. Yeah, shit. Shit. We almost done yet. Just like a few more, maybe. Get rid of the tails. The tails don't sell very well. Also, this helmet and cloak, get rid of that. Ugh. I blame the smoothbore gun that Zerkra made for me. That's why I miss sometimes. Even it's such a large target, even with aimed shot. It's not so easy. Pretty much as soon as my buff wears off, then the cat finally takes aggro. Dag nabbit. Speaking of cat. Oh, there it is. Ricochets off their spiky shell. I'd argue that that's a parry. But maybe. I see another bottle at the coast to my right, and also a second bottle at the trees on my right. And then I don't know, do you got time to look for Wildvine as well? Because that's also the trolls that are around. That Jintha lore place is pretty alright for it. They might even have a little less vendor trash on them too. Oops. Yeah, that'll do. Are these turtles invasive? No, they mind their own business. They keep to themselves down there. Poor things. We like their shells and scales. Troll sweat. Ah, cat level 30. As we go up their tower, there's some higher level ones up there that'll have a bit more of it. It's not a super common drop, but it's something. I can't think of anything else that it drops off of a bit better. I'm not even sure if it's a herbalist thing. But you don't need a whole lot of it though, right? Just like, really a few. Wild Vine Potion. Wild Vine and Purple Lotus. Alright. Oh, that's just people running around for another reason. I think that was the orc just hauling ass up there. They're doing the skip. Lazy. I fought my way up. I killed every one of these dudes. Well, most of them. I skipped a couple of them. Anyone want a shitting hell demon called a baby? No. No. A baby times one? Nah. Pass. You've done this to yourself. You'll get to sleep again maybe in like 2 years. Crits, 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 crits. Feels nice when the crits finally start happening, but... Jeez. When he's not being a shitting hell demon, he's very cute. Does that help? I guess. I don't consider babies to be very cute. I think babies are actually quite ugly. My god, my auctions. Everything's falling apart and failing. What's happening? I still have Little Timmy's pea shooter. The price dropped down to 9 gold, so I held on to it for a while. Shot back up to 30, so I'm assuming around 20 gold is a reasonable price for it. Let's see if I can just offload the damn thing pretty soon. Parents have brain fungus that makes their baby appear cute to them? It must be something like that, right? Like baby farts or something like that is a hallucinogenic that makes the baby appear cute to you? Something. There's a lot of just really creepy gifs on Discord with like some horribly photoshopped smiling baby and like heaven and stuff. It's like, what the hell? This looks terrible. Get it out of here. I want to filter that stuff out. Never have to see it again. Rogue skinning their pets. Ugh. It's so easy to blow all of my mana. My pet is worthless against these guys. Miss, parry, dodge, parry, parry. Hit for 9 earlier. Oh, yeah, jeez. My pet's stuck somewhere. Shooting while standing up. Yeah, there it is. What is Stanley Parable? I never looked into it. It was a pretty huge thing for a little while. A lot of folks had played it. I managed to just never try it out though somehow. As with most things. I'm just over here in my little gaming bubble. Meta commentary game on choice and narrative in games. Okay, I thought the cat would come around the corner for me in line of sight the caster, but... ah well, thankfully Rogue pulled aggro. Your nephew hides knives around the house? That's at least like a cool talent for a kid to have. I mean, imagine the zombie apocalypse. There's always a knife handy somewhere. The trick is, though, only your nephew knows where those knives are, though. So... I guess you gotta keep your nephew alive if you want to find the knives. Pretending, of course, that knives are useful weapons during a zombie apocalypse. Risk versus reward, I feel like a knife isn't really so great. Because zombies don't really care about getting cut up. $31. Need more blunt weapons. Yeah, the Zombie Survival Guide by Max Brooks, I think, said that, like, cricket bats and baseball bats were the best way to go about it because they're fairly lightweight, somewhat portable, and easy enough to repair and such, and also get the job done generally. It was like a cricket bat and a bicycle. It was, like, kind of ideal. But that was also going with the assumption that the zombie virus is something that only really be around for a few years because the zombies would eventually just like waste away and fade away come winter and all that. So you give it a couple of winters and then you're good to go. It's a big assumption to make. To each their own, I suppose. If you got a really go for longevity and like a couple years isn't enough, then maybe the baseball bat's not the best way to do it. Maybe after a couple years. I don't know. Your mileage may vary. You'd also be looking for a more permanent residence than something like an oil rig or so, you know, which I think was like one of the better places to be during an apocalypse in the book. It's a very nice book, by the way, though. I got a big kick out of it. It takes itself somewhat seriously while still being obviously a bit of a joke because zombie apocalypse lol, but like it delves into the specifics of it if it were to really happen and what would actually be the way to go about it. If you're looking for a gag gift and anybody for it like zombies and stuff, that's a good one. Ah, one shot by a shadow bolt rip. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe has an achievement, don't play the game for 10 years. I should tell you a lot about it. I'm kicking ass with that so far. I didn't even really hear about it. Do I get an achievement? How's the wild vine coming along? Are we getting there with that or not really? God, these berserkers go ape shit, man. So fast. Two more. Okay. Oh no, I'm tiny. Oh no, my strength and stamina. Stamina. Also, my cat died. Think Fuzzlewort is your favorite gnome mage? Don't tell him though. What, in the guild? Mine too. What's Fuzzlewort even doing awake? What the fuck? My gnome turned blue. Yeah. I could use your cat as a mount. During the zombie apocalypse, I'm safe because they feed on brains. There you go. Or just get like a massive metal plate in your head. Solved. Hello, Lithriandel. How you doing? I miss being undead and being able to just feast on their bodies. God damn it. I should have made an undead guild on Horde side, but there's like not many Horde players in this. Server's like 3-to-1 alliance. And then Pyrewood Village, the fullest server in EU English, 6-to-1 alliance to Horde. Even worse, twice as many alliance players on this server, but like the same amount of Horde. At that rate, there's like just not enough activity on the auction house that it would bother me. There's just like no volume at all. And like a gold farmer could just control half the market.
I wait. I wish to watch.
Hello, Cloud Prism. Thank you for the 1,000 bits, Cloud Prism. Hope you're doing okay. Yeah, it sounds like so far. I mean, you woke up at least. Or waking up, I suppose. Does this game do fall damage if you land in water? If the water's deep enough, you're fine. If it's like shin deep water, you're fucked. You're probably okay to take the jump. Lithriandel exhausted and still a meeting looming from 3 p.m. Someone was asking about you before, and I was like, oh, probably stuck in meetings, especially since Thursday, I think, is holiday for most of Europe. So your work week is probably a little bit wonky because of that, especially if you get Friday as a bridge day off. Fuzzlewort rated the guild bank for gear upgrades? Awesome. Good. Do it.
Why haven't aliens visited our solar system yet? They read the reviews, 1 star. I hate it when my wife suddenly says, "Are you even listening to me?" Who the hell starts a conversation like that? D.
Brian. Who the hell? It's gotta be like custom fine tuning they've done for Brian's text to speech voice to make him just like that extra little bit amazing. It's gotta be, right? Thank you, Lithriandel. 1 star solar system. God damn it. Stab me right in the heart. Zerker redeeming the 30-second ad. What an absolute bastard. But sure. I don't think anybody's going to be missing much. Gotta sit and drink for a while anyway. Man. And there. I don't know if anybody's actually getting the ad, but it's been sent out. Maybe Twitch likes me a bit more because I'm doing ads now. I run like 3 minutes of ads per week. It's awful. Oh well. Don't see an ad? Yeah, subscribers don't get ads. I turned that off. It doesn't have to be off. I can turn that back on so subs do see ads. But then I don't see the point of subbing. Why would you spend money for a service and still have to watch ads? Ads are because the service is free and they still gotta make a profit. Twitch is technically free, but you're kind of watching the paid version. Whatever. Subs don't get ads. Just don't see the point. A bear rug bursts into flames, just like The Sims.
3 unwritten rules of Yeti's chat. 1, 2, 3, D.
Unwritten rules. 1. It's unwritten. Do you get it? Do you get it? Do you get it? I get it. Thank you, Lithriandel.
What's making that noise? Anyone else hear that?
Why is the gift sub always that? There's 5 possibilities for the gift sub. Why are you almost dead? Rogue, stop. Stop being almost dead. What's happening to you? Thank you, frickin' moron. Gift sub to Mrs. Feanor, tier 1. Gifted 73 thus far. Thank you very much. Oh god. Again.
What's making that noise?
What is that noise?
Anyone else hear that?
Oh Jesus, and then the chat's broken. Oh god. Okay, we got Zerkrum gifted a sub. It's gone to John O'Wilco. First month.
Lance isn't a popular male name these days. But in medieval times, men were named Lancelot. D.
Lance isn't a popular name these days, but in medieval times, men were named Lancelot. Thank you for the 1,000 bits, Lithriandel. Zerkrum's gifted sub went to John O'Wilco, their first month apparently. Cloud Prism gifted 10 subs. Shami Lino, Bridge Flax, Lord Cyclone, Blep, Blood Angel Varanus, Mythgar, Frame Trap Mokujen, Verithin, Mr. Leno, and Paul with 2 L's. Thank you very much for that. Man, fucking hell, yeah, that's a... Hype Train's damn near finished with level 5 already, straight away. So it goes, apparently. Jesus, thank you for that. Happy Tuesday. Thought the meeting will start from 3. Nope. We'll start in 5 minutes. Womp. Yeah, shit. 2:30 meeting. Maybe it's 2:30, 2:03. Maybe it's a short one. Hey, I was lurking here. Too bad you're a sub now. Get in here. Quite a lot of those gifted subs were 1 month gifted subs. I feel like most of the community this month is a sub now. And it's giving out subs to people who have either followed or have maybe even just popped into the stream once upon a time, just out of curiosity for like 4 minutes.
Gangster chat made me do it.
Oh Jesus, yeah, that'll do it. That will certainly do it. 3,000 bits.
What's a rogue's favorite drink? Subtle tea. How does a druid cut his hair? Eclipse it.
Eclipse it, Brian. We've had that one, I think, before. For a druid cutting his hair, though? I think that might be a bit new. Thank you, Cloud Prism, for the 3,000 bits, and then Zirkrim for the 100 bits. I like the rogue's favorite drink, though. Subtlety. I like that. That's a good one. Thank you, Zirkrim. Yeah, 117, level 5 hype train. That's that done. That is that out of here. Do these guys have like a really nasty poison on them or something? I don't think your cat's taking that much damage, or is it just the berserkers ripping it to shreds? Berserkers do hit a lot. 2:30 to 4 is the meeting. What the fuck? Nothing quite like ending the workday with a fucking 2-hour-long meeting.
I feel obliged to join in on the choo-choo train.
Yeah, you don't gotta. Don't feel obliged. It's okay. But thank you, Dinnerbone, for the 100 bits as well. Much appreciated. And that's like already a fucking month's worth of ads covered. Both YouTube and Twitch. Here we go. So my inventory is like packed to the brim. There's an 808 crit. There we go. That feels good. If it doesn't crit, man, it's a bit rough. One more vine. You sound like an addict with this whole just one more thing. I own the train, I guess. You're welcome to board. Yeah, I think you've bought the whole station. Actually.
Holy crap! How about that one, Central?
My wallet will be displeased with this, but it's fine. I don't a gang or the mob any money, so it's fine.
Oddly specific. Thank you, Cloud Person, for 100 more bits. Fucking hell. Right at the end of it. Level 5 emo. What is that? Hype evil. It's a cat rabbit thing with like star eyes and a little devil pitchfork. Okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, fine. Thank you very much, everyone. Man. Super fucking generous. I don't know if it's a rabbit or a cat. I don't know. Do rabbits have whiskers? This thing's got whiskers, whatever it is. Suspiciously wealthy furry strikes again. Yes, indeed. Is that armor on its thighs, or is it just really hairy? Just on the thighs? Okay, no, it's armor. Alright. The hell is that emote? What is that emote? It's like a big red thing in like a jar of some form, I guess. JPH Jam. Okay. Oh my god, we got the wild vine. I thought it was more common than this. When I ran up here... When I ran up here before, I had like a dozen wild vine. It was just a straight run up pretty much. I didn't fight anything extra, but of course now that we need it, I guess. Run through Oldemont tomorrow? I could be up for that. We don't have Thorgrim tomorrow because Thorgrim's tied up with work. With work? Tied up with work. So we might have to pug somebody for healing or tanking. But generally I'd be up for that, sure. I don't mind. Rip bitrate. Run! Leg it! Shit. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, it's all gone wrong. Hey, my cat turned into a chicken. That's not okay. What a meanie, stupid face. The wobbles are trippy because, like, there's slightly different animation speed. Just slightly, though. So they spin together for a bit, but then they go out of phase from time to time. Oh my god, my auctions. I have so many auctions to have to go through. You want any troll sweat, by the way? I got, like, so much of it. Bottles and bottles and bottles of troll sweat. It sounds like a dwarf fortress thing that I'm trying to pawn off, like a barrel of ant brains. Very impressive feat acquiring that type of thing. Like, not just getting an ant brain and how much of a ball ache, that would be to acquire. But enough to fill an entire barrel of them. It's a lot of work. Is Troll Set the new gamer bathwater? God, I hope so. I mean, I just destroyed all of it, so I hope not, but if it is, I gotta know I can get more of it. It's all over the place over there. It's a very sweaty area. Give me some recipes to put on the AH? Oh god. Alright. Yeah, fine. If it's a Wildvine potion, I don't think it's really worth it. You may as well just vendor that. Mighty Rage potion, like 5 gold a pop. I can see that. That ain't bad. There's also a basic rage potion that you can pick up from Westfall. The dude inside Moonbrook sells it. It's a fairly easy one to make, but it's only like 20 to 40 rage, and also doesn't give any strength. I hope to find the Elixir of Giant Growth one of these days, because that can be used by pretty much everybody. Makes you comically large, and also gives you strength, like 8 strength, for a decent little while, like 15 minutes. I hope to find that one of these days. I've got the, well, I had the fishies for, I think I mailed them off, actually. Maybe I even found it and already sent it off to you, I don't know. Does that mean you'd be normal height? You'd be like a dwarf height. Natalie's gonna be very confused if they're still online. Yeah, he's gonna be super confused. Because I don't think he knows I'm streaming this. No, well. Time to play more Stellaris. Oh, man. A lot of people playing Stellaris right now. Like, they have like a DLC or an update come out for it or something? Making me want to play it, but at the same time, eh. I feel like I've played enough Stellaris to be happy enough with it that I could, like, play similar but a little more complex games like Anno or something. And then Rogue, I think you hit 48 during all this, so don't forget to pick up Hunter training.
I've the finest wares in the land.
Anno is pretty great. It deserves more attention from me generally. Yeah, a little bit of bag space. Look at us go. Wow.
Safe travels.
New DLC just came out. Reworked the vassal system too. Makes the Empire your vassal, but not useless now. Okay. Not sure if I really had any issues with that to begin with. But cool nonetheless. Oh yeah, shit. Since we got the stuff for you, I gotta head back up and turn in the what's it cooking stuff. You got stuff for me anyway though, don't you? Oh wait. Turn in the cooking thing, head over to that Pagel, get that turned in. It's been pretty much a whole stream of just random miscellaneous. Impressive. And here I thought I'd be like wrapped up with the miscellaneous by noon. Tuh. So what was all that for? Just like another set of,
How are you?
another set of leatherworking stuff? Or is that how you get up to like 300 leatherworking potentially? Rune thread, rune cloth, rugged leather. Quest chain for more recipes. A buyer bought my true silver healing ring. Ah. What'd I sell that for? That might have been a couple gold. Yeah, just the one gold. Yeah, fine. A super easy recipe to make. True silver bars, which are super cheap, relatively speaking, and then the Heart of the Wild, which was cheap, but I broke the price of because I bought out the market. Ahem. You got a lot of jewel crafting skill from that. Originally, if you made an enemy empire a vassal, it stopped them from expanding, and more likely than not, it was just absorbed into its captor empire, so to speak. Now it allows them to keep expanding and contribute to your empire, while the father empire, so to speak, offers protection and resources depending on what kind of vassal you make it. I guess I was always happy enough with them just kind of sitting and existing, and minding their own business for a bit or so. Holy shit. Turtle scale leggings, 14 thick leather, 28 turtle scale, and a heavy silken thread. What the fuck? A turtle scale helm. This stuff takes a lot of leather. You ever consider maybe just using a heavier leather rather than a million of one single type? Just a thought. Give it a shot. Let me know how it goes.
Safe travels.
It's one of those things where I really like the way Rhizome did things. It was like an open source MMO that really never took off or became very much, but they've got the type of crafting system that I always wanted, where if you're making a sword, you need like a grip, a hilt, and a blade. And whatever material you use for that just is what it is. So you learn how to make a sword. Cool, fine. The sword increases its level and coolness depending on the materials that you put into it. It was really nice. Super duper nice. That's why I really like it, is because you don't have to be like, oh, well, I don't know how to make the next tier of pants because I don't have the skill for it. It's no, you know how to make pants, just put in better materials.
Keep your
Done.
feet on the ground.
Then they also had it more complicated where it'd be like, oh, you get turtle shell, which is like, these are the properties of a turtle shell. Obviously pretty okay blunt protection, so it makes for a nice shield and stuff like that. But it's a bit heavy and stuff. But every single turtle shell that drops that you loot also has a quality to it. So it's like a quality 30 turtle shell or a perfect 100 quality turtle shell. So it's a little more complicated than that. But personally, I like that because that means that if you really care about something that you're making, you really want to put together a very nice thing, you can go out and really look for these nice materials for it. Or if you just want to just bang something together real quick just for the skill up or just to pawn off quick, then just throw whatever in. Big fan of that, though. Last thing you need to makes a recipe back in that place I forgot the name of where I started the stream. Well, I started the stream in Booty Ratchet, technically, but you need to go, what, out to Feralos or Ungoro Crater or somewhere over there. I mean, I can meet you in, do you have the 1,000 Needles? Well, no, there is no flight point in 1,000 Needles. I guess I have to meet you down in, Gadgetson, I guess, because there's no flight point. Unless you ran over to Feralos and grabbed that eastern point, but I don't think you did. So to Gadgetson, then. I've got a couple things to turn in along the way quick. Also... Okay, yeah, that's just a sell, I think. Yeah, I got a couple things to turn in, and then I'll meet you at... Gadgetson. Oh, you're heading to bed anyway. Okay, right, yeah, you're getting to bed. Yep, fair. Another time for that, then. That's fine. Have a good night, sir. Touched the building and it dismounted me. Feels bad. Does Stellaris have a limit with how many vassals you have? Is there like an influence related sort of cap to that, or Can you just, like, be ultimate puppet master and just, like, rule half the galaxy with a bunch of your vassals? Because that could be kind of fun then, especially if they can expand and all that and effectively just be completely automatic. Can make the entire galaxy your empire.
What can I do for you?
And still get steamrolled by the endgame event.
Be good.
Holy shit, what a drink.
Well met.
It was so good I dinged. Now that's a drink. No limit, but in the new system becomes harder to manage their discontent with more of them. I could see that, yeah. Alright.
What's on your mind?
So, like, I sort of thought I would learn how to make... And maybe we're working on that. I thought I'd learn how to make this or something. Guess not.
Great to meet you.
He's just... got some really old quests for me. Alright, yeah, sure. I suppose. Yeah, turn into Stormwind. Atalai Tablet Fragment. To Brohan Caskbelly? Alright, Brohan. I'm not calling him that. Still waiting on your endgame event, you think? Typically you would know. I think they're all pretty major. Well, yeah, and since I leveled, I mean, I'm probably going to be respeccing soon anyway. But even harder crits. For one day when I actually crit at a reasonable pace, that'll be very nice to have. Flight. Up here, I think. Or do I just hearth? I'll just hearth. It's faster. Heck yeah. It's a lot of failed auctions. Oh hey, some money. Oof. Stranglethorn Veil. I'll just mail the cloak. By the time I get around to meeting up with them. Mailed you the cloak. Typing with this microphone in the way is so awkward.
Well met.
Yeah, no, I want this boat. Didn't see no temple though. Is this for the dude who was I already found the temple and told him where it was. Dude's got like a bum leg and was flying around on the griffin looking for it but didn't see it, so he's like, oh, maybe you can see it. I'm like, yeah, I found it, it's underwater. And he's like, oh, that's why I was flying, I didn't see it. Alright, yeah, fine. Fine. Some of these quests, man. Looking forward to doing Sunken Temple. Dude, they took out like half the instance. In Cataclysm, the whole lower bit of it, they just fucking got rid of for whatever reason. I guess because it was a bit time consuming for not really a whole lot of benefit, and for random dungeon finding, it would have resulted in people just dropping as soon as they join up, I guess. Not fully sure. Got like the whole balcony event down there and everything. I haven't seen that lower bit in so long. Atal Alarion, who I think is like the true final dude typically. The spawn and avatar of Hakar, yeah. The Prophet I think was always there. Ogam the Wretched I think they took out at some point. Dream Scythe was always there. Weaver's always there. They're one of the couples, Hazaz and Morphaz too, and then obviously the Shade of Veronicus, which became the final guy for some reason. His model is very awkward because I don't know why. Yeah. I think you only ever did ST once and you were so lost. It's a little bit of back and forth. If you don't know where you're going, it's a lot of back and forth and a lot of like, why are we going this way? But then I think after you take out the Shade of Veronicus, you go back to the center and you drop down the middle. It's just like a little pipe that you jump down into, and you're in this whole lower section. Which is also a decent bit of running around. I don't know, do they really give a whole lot of loot? No, yeah, they do. Right, they do. A bit. I don't know why they got rid of it. I need Nat Pagel. Oh, and also while I'm here, also first aid. I keep forgetting.
What can I do for you?
Rune cloth bandage.
You need something?
Pipe.
Safe travel.
Don't have rune cloth yet, but 1,360 damage over 8 seconds. That's getting somewhere. That's nice. I feel like my stamina is a bit low though. Usually first aid is like roughly a third of your max health over the duration, so I should have like 3,500 health right about now. I feel like my gear is really quite old.
How are you?
You gotta get a little baby treadmill, Zirkram. You really tucker him out. Did I mention I'd be a terrible father? I would be. Oh yeah, Wildvine, we're just gonna vendor that, I think. Tablet fragment's just a piece of iron ore, I hope you know. Oh god. Oh, you can't walk yet. Well, he can crawl though, right? Like, I'm sure a Babby treadmill's got a crawl mode on it. Just crawl really quickly. Kid'll be crawling 10 kilometers an hour in no time. Then he can start doing like errands and deliveries for you. And crawl down to the store real quick. It's like a little bit of cash in his mouth. It's like sending a service dog to do your shopping. Your service babby. Give it a high-vis vest, of course. I mean, benefit of high-vis vests, they come in all sorts of different colors too. So you can accessorize with your high-vis. You know what? I'm coming around. Maybe kids aren't so bad after all. If they do your shopping for you. Shit. Pick me up a bag of beef jerky. Treat myself a little bit. I want to make my own beef jerky one of these days, but I think you need like... You kind of need like a whole room dedicated to it, don't you? Because like you gotta monitor the humidity and everything. Otherwise just It's kind of rancid and nasty, no? This beef jerky is very expensive.
Hello. Have a good one.
Hype. An artisan fisher. Now I can get up to 300 fishing. Aha! And first aid, we're getting there. Oh yeah, cooking, I gotta see about cooking too. Oh, this looks good. Run over to Mud Sprocket. I suppose Mud Sprocket would have been a better flight point. Oh shit. I'll take that. I'll take it, so Natalie's not quite so confused at what the f is happening in chat. Feels like just these weekend these things were orange level to me. Now they're all gray. I think I broke past that little hump of it's really slow to level because I finally found some nice quest hubs and such. I'm just pounding it out. I should have forgot to see what that looks like. Yeah, bright red. Yeah, I'm keeping that hidden. There's usually also quite some mithril around the, just to the west of here is like a cave with some dragons in it. Quite fast respawn. Iron and mithril. Not really a great zone for much else, though.
Talk to me.
Rest of it's kinda blah, materials-wise. They want me to go back to Stormwind, but I need to go to
Hurry back.
Gadgetson for cooking. First aid I got cooking, I'm about to do fishing, I just did riding is whatever. Mining's also fine until Burning Crusade pretty much. Just need to mine up like thorium and all that. Alright, I'm like almost done with my miscellaneous stuff. Didn't I also play Keplerth? I did. Keplerth was great. I think it updated recently. I did have a bit of trouble with Keplerth, the way progression works eventually, it's just a lot of repeating over and over and over again. Kill a boss, get the material, get the forge to make better stuff, make the obviously better stuff, and then go deeper to kill a boss to get a new forge, to make the obviously better stuff again. It was just, yeah. Very tier-based. They released 1.0. Oh, geez, that was quick. Alright. Good deal. I know, Keplerth was overall really quite good. There was a lot of depth in it when I had played. I wasn't sure how close they were to release. I'm a little bit sad to hear that it's already 1.0, but... fair enough. I would have liked to have seen more... because, like, it's so tiered-based, you know? The difference between Tier 3 and Tier 4 is so significant. It's obviously the upgrade. So some intermediary tiers and specialist equipment would be nice that you get from either you know, extreme coordinate sets, like quite far away from origin, underground or even above ground, certain biomes would generate out and about a decent ways that would contain these sort of miscellaneous sets and intermediary things and specialist equipment, just to help change it up a little bit so it's not quite so copy paste tier stuff. Because it's not even like, oh, we killed a new boss and got a new thing. Here's weapons that perform differently that aren't necessarily better on paper, but just perform differently enough that the player may prefer using them. Like the yo-yo in Terraria. Totally different playstyle than your standard sword. Invasions, I was pretty sure they'd be adding soon, so there's actually a reason for the defenses. Oh yeah. Sandstorm's over. The contrast isn't quite so bad now.
Yo! Glad I could help!
Mr. Noggenfogger. Yes, please. And at some point I want to say this dude's teleporter opens up somehow, but I don't remember... Oh, is it only for Gnomish engineers? That's it, that's all? Man, I hope not.
Away.
That was good. It's teleport you to Booty Bay and back. Like, it's so useful. Man. Mother F. Yeah, in here. Sheltering NPCs also. Oh yeah, that was what was being worked on at the time, wasn't it? It was like NPCs and all that.
I got the best deals anywhere.
So you can like kind of house a community.
Be good. I got what you need.
Yeah, you don't have shit for me, friend. Alright, I guess we have to... I guess we have to learn to make better recipes just through innkeepers and questing in different zones then, I guess. Fine. Not ideal, but it's whatever. Double check that's all BOE. It is.
Keep it real!
That's it, that's all. Back to Stormwind, I guess, to turn in the Rhapsody's Tale and see what that leads to. And then that's pretty much all of my miscellaneous garbage done. Not bad at all. What's the fastest way back?
Great to meet you.
Yeah, I guess there, more and boat back over.
Keep your feet on the ground.
Man, it's wild trying to like Exodar to Booty Bay is such a weird, random feeling path that you have to take. Like boating down to Aberdeen and then boating across to the Eastern Kingdoms into Menethil Arbor, and then from there you can fly down if you want, but it's like a 17-minute long flight. So it's faster than to boat back over to Kalimdor into Theramore Isle and then fly up to Ratchet and then boat back over to Eastern Kingdoms into Booty Bay. It's like the weirdest crisscross back and forth path ever. But it only takes like 5 minutes, depending on your boat timings. Tell ya, a Hearthstone and Shatrath would not go amiss. I could really go for that. I could use it. I don't mind getting up there proper though. I'm fine with it. We're almost there. I mean, by next week, we'll probably be in Burning Crusade content. Probably over the weekend, I'll be ready for Burning Crusade. Probably. I've gotten enough experience kind of through just doing like miscellaneous odd jobs, doing a bit of Felwood and Winterspring questing with the Unguro crater mixed in. I think that's fine. Next level I can do Unguro crater, polish that off. Then I'm super ready for Felwood. A lot of that'll be yellow. And then Winterspring I'll be ready for. Boom, boom, boom. And then Burning Crusade. I'd like to not go at exactly 58, but I mean, it is what it is. If I happen to be 58 and I finished off most of the convenience here, then fine. And then I can finally get gear upgrades. Man, like proper upgrades too. Oh, it'll be so good. And my pet might be my level, and I might not switch pets straight away. Although I'll probably get a spore bat for the lulz. I like spore bats. Spore bats are really cool. But terrible fighters. Like, not really a great companion at all. Can't wait to look like a clown. That's all you remember from BC gear upgrades. Total mismatch. I mean... yeah, vanilla too. But yeah, some of that stuff. The thing with Burning Crusade is I think they had more vibrant colors. You had a lot more bright green and bright yellow brought into the ensemble. So you stuck out like a sore thumb a lot more with these neon green shoulder pads and high-vis shoes and... But like, I don't look that great either, to be honest. I mean, look, my shoulders don't even fit. I'm riding my fat horse. My shoulders clip in through by default. If I quit looking around like a dunce. I said quit looking around like a dunce. Why do they loop animations so much? Look at that. My natural resting pose, my shoulders popped out. What the fuck? The tabards are nice though. It's true. They are nice tabards. How you doing, Thorgem? Howdy, howdy. Hope you're doing alright. Would not be against them bringing Transmog into Classic early. Yeah, I don't think they are. They mentioned something about barbershop stuff being brought in. But... Transmog, yeah, I don't know. It'd be really cool though, because the transmogging was nice. They did the transmogging right, in my opinion. The way that you should do transmog in games with clothing. Like my second favorite is just you have a character sheet for specifically aesthetics and you put gear directly onto that. But with Warcraft, it's a bit better to me because you pick up a thing and you bind it to yourself by equipping it, and then you just have that appearance unlocked forever. And you can switch to it whenever. You don't have to hang on to anything. What have you missed for today? A lot of just miscellaneous garbage, actually. I had just like random quests from cities to do, run around, you know, here and there. Did my fishing quest, cooking quests.
Hello.
Just stuff. I'll take the tram. Been a little bit tired of flying. Today was a miscellaneous quest day. I thought I'd be done by like noon, but turns out it took a bit longer. Helped Rogue out with his leatherworking. He needed a bunch of like turtle skins and stuff. So he's getting his leatherworking set up for Burning Crusade here pretty soon. I got my jewel crafting caught up a little bit this morning. I'm almost ready for Burning Crusade with that, which is nice. I just need, you know, the nice gems from thorium, which I'll be getting. Oh shit, when is Plaguelands? Western Plaguelands, what level are you? Mid-50s. Alright. I want to do Plague Lands. Ah. Plague Lands. For me in jewel crafting, it was just a big hump to get over. Of like a lot of kind of annoying recipes to put together. And not really even making anything that great. Just garbage mostly. Complicated garbage. So like I couldn't even really sell it and get my money back. But I bet the cost blew like 100 gold buying the crud that I needed and just powered through it. Slowly making my money back by selling that stuff that I had to buy, because any jewel crafter will have to go through that. Ha ha. Don't get transmog, but we do get the most important feature soon. Achievements. Oh my god. You and me, Dinnerbone, achievement hunters. Let's do this thing. God, I'm so ready for it. Put them in me. Zirkram, you too. Get in here. Love achievement farming in this. Oh god, I'm on this side. I'm used to going through the other way. Don't leave. Don't leave. Made it. Yeah, and the dual spec too. Yeah. That'll be really convenient too. For folks like druids and paladins who they have the potential of being tank, DPS, and heal. Being able to at least switch back and forth between two of them is pretty clutch. It allows these people to be tanks and also healers, whichever needed, switching back and forth freely, which just means that more people can get into instances and do the content that they want to do. Because otherwise, you're somebody like Zirkram who has to keep respecking all the time. That gets expensive. You're not happy with looking for dungeon being removed? Incorrect opinion. Your opinion is false. Looking for dungeon can go fuck itself. See, in Dragonflight, they're bringing back profession specializations. Ooh, yeah, that's needed. I've missed that. I really like the way Burning Crusade did that. I was a weaponsmith at the time, so like building on top of the sword that I had as the tiers went on. I loved it. It was like I'm really using my profession here and bettering my character, and it feels like it was worth the struggle of going through the blacksmithing to make it happen. Your opinion's correct. No one can tell you otherwise. I can. Your opinion is wrong.
How are ya?
Super wrong. Looking for dungeon. If you want a looking for dungeon, then just buy a max level character then. And play your single player game. Gather some tablets. Yo, what? 2% chance when struck in combat, increasing armor by 350 for 15 seconds. I guess. I mean, it's better than the loofah. Alright.
Safe travel.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I said, yeah, I'm doing it. Quit begging. God, this guy. It's a sunken temple quest, so I guess so. Why not? I mean, while I'm there. Yeah, basically the improved version of this thing is, that's what I understand as well, that they're going to be bringing that in, which that's fine. But the automated thing, that's just like, I'm going to throw you in with a bunch of randos from God knows where. And you never say a fucking word to them at all. So now what? Shit. We have an awkward amount of stream time left. I'll probably handle auctions another time. So like I do now? What about like whispering people and asking them if if we can do an instance and all that, and like not having all this heirloom gear that makes us completely overpowered, where we can just solo the instance really if we wanted to, but we choose to solo it with 4 other people who also have heirloom gear. We never exchange looks or anything at all whatsoever, and just fuck off, and I never see them anywhere in the world ever again because they came from a different server. Because I don't do that. Just fishing, just fish for 30 minutes. Where am I quest? I mean, technically, I was finishing up Searing Gorge. I guess I can head back there. Some of this Tanaris stuff. Don't really want to go back to Tanaris, though. I do collectors in the Cactus Gardens, like that southwestern area, I think. Somewhere over here. The homing robot? Oh, God. Yeah, alright. And Tuga's quest. Back into here, though. Yucca, Screw, Spigot, and Burning Steps for a dungeon quest. 53 plus. That might be BRD. Been in so many groups in Classic where people are not saying a damn thing. Well, I don't know what to tell you. I've had the opposite experience. And sometimes they ask if we can help out with the quest afterwards, because, you know, we're on the same server and stuff, and we can, like, leave the instance together and go else. We can go have a drink in the pub after if we wanted to. But sometimes they got a little bit of help that they need with a different quest, so it's like, yeah, fuck it, sure, why not? And you can add them to the friends list and play with them again later on. You can kind of do that still in retail, adding them to the friends list and invite them like cross-realm. The cross-realm thing isn't so much the problem for me. It's just the porting them in and never really ever seeing them again because there's so many people around all the time. It's just like phasing them in and out from sister servers. Also having to like travel to the dungeon and meet up with them and all that. It's nice.
Light be with you. Be careful.
Nothing. Oh, right. Yeah, no, I spoke to the dude already. I already did first aid. I forgot. Habit. God, I guess I wrap it up here. Because I don't really want to work my way back to Tanaris again. Especially since, like, in 2 hours, my wife and I'll probably play a little bit and be in, Searing Gorge right away again. Bit annoying of a back and forth. At this point, just abolish Realms IMO. Cross-Realm itself isn't the problem. The fact that Cross-Realm isn't seamless and works with everything is a problem. I wonder how it is technically on the back end of things. I don't really believe the Realm server population sites, but according to them, there's only like 10,000 players tops per server. And I wonder how much of a load they can actually handle. Like, what if we just had just the one huge EU English server? It'd be like 22,000 Alliance to 4,000 Horde or something. But, I don't know. Maybe. I think the auction house would get very messy. Very messy. Be worth an experiment, though. I'm sure they tried to do something like that on a test ROM. And it just didn't work out for whatever reason. Because surely the hardware is advanced enough that they're able to do that. Because it's not like they got just like some Windows Server PC and it's like got Scotch tape written Nethergarde Keep on it. Maybe they still do. I don't know. I don't think so, though. 4 stamina, 1 hand axe. That's not better than what my warriors got. Wizard belt I'll take though. That one belt I'll
Go with
take.
honor, friend.
Usually good to sell for a few gold. Oops. Realms are a technical concept from back then where they'd literally be dedicated machines per realm. Sharding and phasing and stuff removed most of that need today, though you hate it. I'm kind of torn. I think it depends on the MMO for that, because like I kind of like being able to select like which version of the world I'm in. Like, oh, let's go over to room 10 or so. But those are usually the really grind-heavy games where, you know, you're not just collecting 8 boar livers. You're really like, I'm gonna murder like 1,000 things. I'm just for like an hour. I'm just gonna murder everything with AoE and just devastate this entire landscape. And other players are definitely in the way. And I also quite like an MMO where it's, here's this public hub with a bunch of different, like you got the central city type thing where that's online, but then when you go out into the world, whether you accept a mission and go out or just go out on your own into a free field, then that's your own instance then out there once you leave the city. Dragon's Dogma Online did that. Phantasy Star Online 2 did that before they ported it over. It worked really well, but again, depends on the type of game. Just stopped transfers to Firemaw Realm in EU as it was too full. Firemaw. Might be a PvP server? I think Pyrewood Village is the fullest PvE EU server. Could be though. I don't know. I said I was going to do this later, but like, don't care. I'm doing it. Some of this is like, I don't even know what to make of it. Level 43 one-hand vendors for 2 gold this thing. Like, is anybody still buying green weapons at this point? The deposit itself is a gold. Don't think I try to auction that. That one wasn't really worth it. Desert Ring of the Monkey. Now that's a bit more like it. It's a nice ring. 46 silver vendor price. The deposit's pretty cheap. Yak will find awesome. 7 gold, 38, and 52 copper. Yeah, that's the price. I've calculated it in my head. And true silver ore. I'll hang on to it. I can actually use true silver bars. Leather stamina at level 44. Leather stamina, quite good. $8.99 and 2 copper. Agility spirit cloak, not too great. Level 48. It might be just like a 33 gold. No, 33 gold. Just 3 gold, 2 silver. Ignore my numbering. And then intellect spirit shoulder 43. Quite okay. A lot of people would have a dungeon drop shoulder by now though, especially casters. Auctioning caster gear later on is a bit of a risk. Let's go for 5 gold 22. No? 59. Needles. I guess I have 16 copper. Yeah. Okay, there we go. That's some of the auction stuff done. I got like a whole mailbox chock full of the stuff, but meh. Hey, take it easy, dinner bone. I will be right behind you pretty much. F meeting got so aggravated that you just left the meeting. Yeah, fuck that meeting. Dab on that meeting. Get onto the table, do a sick fat dab, and then just leave. Don't say anything. Fuck those meetings, man. Kind done. And then the axe, I'm just gonna vendor. Although, like, it's kind of tempting to hang on to this for maybe me using, but strength,
King's honor.
I'm not convinced. I'll take a guaranteed 2 gold though.
Light bless you.
Very nice. So what, is it just like a meeting about utter nonsense or something, or? Second guild tab, look at us go, we're doing it. I'm largely trusting the enchanters to keep this like kinda clean and organized. If something's in here for like a few days, just scrap it. If it's like a garbage item that's like cloth of agility, scrap it. If it's been in here for a bit, scrap it. Because I don't want to have to go through it all the time and sell that. I'm done with that. I'm sick of it. And like even the rings and necklaces, like because I'm afraid of it getting disenchanted when it could actually be used. I keep some on me at all times. I got some. I got the materials to make more. I've actually got a pretty okay amount of true silver, actually. I could maybe sell some of that. Yeah, well. Oh well. Got gold ore. Got all the ores. Almost all the ores. Most of the ores I've got. Just had an emergency meeting, by the way. One of your boss, because she was annoyed that our answers to her tickets were overly sarcastic. To be 100% honest, she causes a ton of tickets with dumb questions. Well, they're sarcastic.
See you around.
Because they kind of need to be. To like get the point across that this is a waste of time, this ticket. But they don't get that. They don't see it. I'm glad I never had to work into an environment where there's a bunch of, like, tickets, basically. Like, I'm glad I never had to deal with that shit. The most I had to deal with was somebody calling about a deli order that they thought they had placed, but didn't, and it turns out that they ordered it from a different store, and not our store. Or they just fucking show up randomly during the day and be like, hey, I'm here for my 100-piece chicken box, and there was never an order for that, and it's like, oh.
See you later.
It'll be 14 minutes. Didn't have the order for you. But like, really, that's about as bad as it ever got.
Need help?
Pretty chill, actually. Have that.
Be careful.
I supply only the
I don't think you sell anything fancy. Oh yeah, bullets. I need bullets. Aha. Random clicking prevails. Alright, well I guess I'll wrap it up. I don't really know how to kill a bit more time. So, I'll just get going then, I guess. It was a bit of a wild, random day, but that's how it goes sometimes. Warcraft's like that. It turns out, though, those quests are really worthwhile. I might grab more of them when I see them. Those, like, random quests just from some dude in the city wanting some seemingly totally random thing. That was a bunch of experience. I mean, that's only 7,000 experience, 5,000 for that. I got 11,000 for the one just running around Ashara a little bit. Super easy.